Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, I feel like I just ran 200 miles straight. I'm ready. You guys ready? How you guys doing? Good morning, everybody. We got to get back, Louis. Yo. You got the whole paradigm plan. There we go. From beginning to end. Right, Mikey? No, I was just agreeing with you. Take a look at a few here. Nah, yeah, I got you. Let me hear it, Mikey! Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Let's go. Nothing. Nothing will ever stop us, Mikey. This is the story of greatness. This is the story of those who tried and tried and tried after trying until there was nothing left to try for. But we still tried. Come on, Mikey. The rise to the top. What the fuck? Yo. Yo, for a second, I thought that was somebody in the background of Mikey's phone. I was about to start crying. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea what the market's doing right now. And guess what? As they say, everything happens for a reason, so let the market open up here. We'll play with it very carefully. First thing we're going to do here, let me think. Because remember, we never made a plan yet. This is all off the top of our imagination, let's just say. First thing I'm thinking, ladies and gentlemen, let's let this market run up here. And then we're going to play some puts going right back down. So again, we're letting this market run up here, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to let it run fall right. Oh my God, Snapchat. What in the world happened here? Forget SPY. Let's go take a look at Snapchat. I feel like SPY might lag around here. So you know what we're going to do? Let's go look at Snap. So all of you who got these calls for Snapchat, just look at this right here. You're up $101 already. Just like that. So what I might do here is we're up 40% on the Snapchat. We could take some profit. We could. We really could, but let's look at it later. Let's see what happens. Tesla. In terms of Tesla, you're still at the top. We're not going to touch it yet. In terms of Intel, you're not at the right level yet. In terms of BABA, you're still up in the sky. In terms of Target, you're at the perfect level to buy. This is the lowest level Target has been in the last couple months. So, everybody, let's go ahead and look at these Target options. The first thing you must do once you have profit in this market, you don't use it again. You throw in that capital into a long-dated call, a long-dated play, whether it's a call or a put, doesn't really matter. But just something that's far out, 100 days, 200 days. And if we look at Target, 140, 190 days out, and we're looking at the call side, the 130 contracts are pretty cheap. Now let's keep going down the options board until we find out where all the open interest is. Because again, the way that big money works is they're not going to just hold a contract till expiration. Sometimes they do, of course, because they have, the other side obviously planned. But in most cases, they don't want their contracts to just go negative. What they want to do here is they want to sell their contracts before the actual date of expiration. So like a month before, 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before. The 135s are pretty good in terms of open interest. Again, we're letting SPY do its thing. The first thing we thought was calls, and then we're going to play the puts right back down. But let's just, give it some time here. There's no need to rush a single thing. Let's breathe, everybody. Breathe. Come on, everybody. Good morning. It's still the start to the day. They're probably crazy, right? Yeah. It honestly sounds about right. Because SPY right now, let's go take a look at the contract prices. I haven't even taken a look at it. The contract prices for the puts, they're not that terrible, honestly. You know how I know, Louis? Because the IV is only 16%. If the IV was 30, 40, 50, that's how you know it's a little bit crazy. So right now, the IV it's about normal. So the first thing we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen, and I apologize if you were going to say something, Louis. My bad. So what I'm thinking here is, again, the market, you see how the market ran up just like this? Now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. It's time to strike. It's time to hop into a 639 put. Right now it costs $29. We're going to buy a single option. Everybody's ready? Everybody's ready? Go. All right, we just bought the option right now. It's a 639 put. There we go. We got filled right there. Let's go ahead and post it everywhere now. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll go over the next bit of ideas here. Because remember, last time we actually had some crazy ideas like yesterday. It ended up not working on Monday last week. So for Tuesday, what we did was we refined it. We made it something that was even closer. And in the art of making it closer, ladies and gentlemen, the one thing we discovered was, wait a second. These contracts are moving up way too quick in the beginning of the day. So there's lots of opportunities in the beginning of the day. So make sure you do not rush it. Make sure you take your time. Look at how we got into those puts and we weren't, rushing it. Look at how we're playing this market perfectly. Take your time. I'm telling you, things happen for a reason. Us taking that time right there, did I think that was going to work? What if the market fell out the sky when I was looking at those other stocks like Snapchat or Intel? And yeah, it could have happened. But again, ladies and gentlemen, things happen for a reason. Everything does. So let's go ahead and play these puts. We're then going to play a little, retracement right back down to the bottom. If you do get above 644, the only thing you have to do pretty much is just play a cheap call going to 647, 648. However, again, we're still sticking with the idea of puts. That's like the middle idea. So yesterday's middle idea was calls. That was when we held for a little bit longer than normal. We went up 180%. But then, ladies and gentlemen, we decided to hold it. We decided to hold it and not to sell it. Louis made the decision of selling it. And guess what Louis did? Louis made a killing off the profit. Not only that, but Louis bought those contracts at a similar price. It was almost the same price as the price he bought it in the first place. And then he went up 200%. Then he sold it. Then he bought it again. I need you all to understand that every single time that I trade, I'm going to challenge every single one of you. Regardless of how it makes me look, I don't care. If it makes me look like a bad trader, I could care less. What I care for is you being able to trade better than me. That's the only thing I care about. That's the only thing I think in my brain when I'm teaching and when I'm showing you guys how to trade. I want you all to be better than me. Because then at that point, now we have a fun conversation to deal with. So, again, in terms of the downside, the reason why we're playing downside is because the market ran up, you gapped up, and you have a large gap straight down to 640. So we're going to try to play the puts right back down to 640, fill the gap. We're then going to buy some calls and fill the other gap right back up. And then we should be able to actually have the opportunity to run to 650. But if we don't, we'll just keep watching the downside. I'm almost certain we're going to hit 650 though. It's just we need some downside today. That's just how the market works, You always need some zigging and zagging. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we got those puts. We sent it into the chat. We sent it into the Discord. I sent it into the Patreon, not the Patreon, the Mumu as well. Let me also go ahead and post this on the Mumu community, because again, we got to use this momentum. Can you guys believe that Mumu themselves actually marketed me? Like they were trying to get me on their front page so that I can get more people. Can you guys believe that? I can't believe it. I swear these people are too nice. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Like last night and the past 2 nights, we had over 600 new people find my account just because of Mumu marketing me. They didn't need to do that. They did not need to do that, but they did it because they saw the value. And in our back and forth conversations, many times, they often exchange very nice words. Again, not because they need to, but because they're trying to help. It's like they're trying to guide, almost. So for all of you who want some opportunities here, yeah, just be sure to message the Mumu community. Be sure to message the moderators. Be sure to message the people who actually comment into that community, because I'm sure they're going to give you some good advice. Just like how they did with me, you know? That's all we need in the world. I swear, that's all we need. There's people who are willing to help one another. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're still in these puts. We're going to hold them for a little bit here. The market should give us enough time for me to post this. Again, everybody, I need to see paper trades. I need to see you paper trading every single day. Whether it's Forex, whether it's futures, whether it's stocks, whether it's options. Every single day I need at least 5 paper trades per person. If you're not working. If you're working, you could just give me 1 paper trade. That's good enough. Again, per day. Alright, so we got some SPY 0-day puts. The puts are for 639. 0-day puts, 639 strike. Goal is... So again, we bought it. I don't even know how much we bought it for. 20 something, I think, right? How much did we buy it for? 28. I want to sell this thing for... I'm thinking... 90 to 130. That's the first thing I think of. So again, $90 dash 130. That's exactly what this contract's going to run to potentially as of right now. I'm going to start adding the reversal points now. So again, as you start to chart every single day, the first thing you're going to start to notice is every single day is of course different, right? Obviously. That's the first thing. But then the next bit of realization really hits you when you start to see the idea of copying and pasting certain trading styles, just like how we do every single day, just like this. So you put this at the opening price, ladies and gentlemen. And then watch, you're going to see what I do next. Just pay very close attention to this because the market's moving very slow, so we have plenty of time for us.
Not sure if you're sharing your screen.
Yeah, let me cancel it. And then let me share it again. Thank you, Mikey. Mikey, I appreciate you so much for that because I didn't read the chat. Sorry, everybody. Sometimes it happens. I apologize. Okay, so what I was saying was... Good morning, everybody! We just had a couple more people join. I'm sorry. You guys like the energy? It got to be like this every single day. Come on now. So the opening price was 643.67. 642.67. 642.67 is right down here. That's perfect. There we go. Nice little drop out the sky. I didn't post the trade. Give me 1 second. Trade number 1. And what is today's date? September 3rd. 12 more days, everybody. 12 more days for our goal here. 12 more days. 12 more days. Let me post this to all the chats here. Alrighty. And let's go back to the account. Let's see what's going on here. I think I don't know how much the maximum was that we hit for the contract so far, but we're doing pretty good. Again, this account was just at $600. It's already back at 1,000. The first goal is going to be to get to 5,000 by Friday. So we're at 1,000 right now. I want to hit 5K by Friday, mainly because my birthday is next week. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to have a good birthday. My birthday is dependent upon you achieving your greatness. So what you need to do to give me a good birthday gift is, again, every single one of you must take no losses. If you take a loss, it has to be a certain minimal amount. There's a certain amount that's acceptable. There's a certain amount that's not acceptable. Make sure it's always that minimal amount. Always trade with the smallest amount you can. Even if it makes you trade less and it makes you make less money, it does not matter. Just trade with less money. Trade with less capital. And you're going to start to see how the money just completely always goes in your favor. Again, the peak we hit right there was around 15%, 16%. Nothing good enough to sell yet. So again, we're not going to sell it. We're just going to keep watching. Again, we have puts, 639. We want you to fill the gap to the downside. If you continue to run up here, the first thing we're going to do is allow you to actually run up, of course, right? But then I want to see if you get above this pink line. Because if you do get above this pink line, then I know for sure you can potentially launch up to number 2, if not this green line. And let me move it, everybody, just like yesterday. As you can see, that's the red line and the green line. So it's very important. Very, very, very important. So again, if it's going to run up, let it run up. Let it go against you. Let your contracts be destroyed and turn into nothingness. Because then at that point, we're going to buy it back at a cheaper price. And we're going to sell off for break even, if not a profit. So even if the market goes against us, the funniest reality is that it doesn't really matter. All you got to do is average down at that perfect price. And then we'll just get out the option. Scot-free. Every single day. That's what should give you ultimate confidence in your trades. Because it's not about you getting into a trade and losing money. It's about you getting into a trade, dealing with any situation that can happen afterwards, regardless if it's up or down, if we're correct or wrong. Doesn't matter. You're always prepared. It's kind of like the idea of survival mode, you know? You're always in survival mode as long as you just allow your instincts to move, allow your instincts to digest the environment, digest the situation, and allow them to move freely. Do not control your thoughts. Allow it to flow. That's how you become a great trader, is you allow your ideas to flow. You don't control it. The controlling aspect comes before the market opens up. If you're trying to plan now, why are you planning now? Planning comes from before. Planning comes from last night. Planning does not start right now. If you're planning right now, you're doing something wrong, you know? And as long as you recognize that I'm not trying to come after you, instead I'm trying to actually point it out so that you can highlight it and fix it yourself, I think that's where the root cause of everything kind of happens, you know, in terms of change. So just change it. Make sure that you're thinking the best. Make sure you're thinking the straightest. Make sure you're at the absolute, you know, top of the echelon in terms of conceptualizing ideas and meticulating what your plan is. Just make sure it's unstoppable, is how I would say it. It's unstoppable. Make sure that every single trade that you put in is unstoppable. That's how it has to be. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's let the market move here. Let's calm down for a second. We're too energetic. We got too much energy right now. I can't contain it. I'm about to explode. The first stock we're going to look at, aside from SPY and Tesla, and of course Intel and Target, is going to be NVIDIA. I want to see if NVIDIA is going to actually be able to retain this jump here because, listen, when NVIDIA falls, NVIDIA is going to fall. Right now it's not falling. Right now it looks a little negative. So let's look at the calls real quick. Again, everybody look in the video. Let's look for some nice calls here. Very cheap price. The 175s are 68. What price did they jump to yesterday? 175. 172s are 150. I feel like we need one more day of consolidation. I feel like we need to let the market kill most of this value here, and then let the contracts get a little bit cheaper, and then let's have some fun. So again, everybody, Wednesdays is normally consolidation, as you all know. If you don't know that, make sure that every single one of you that is currently watching my screen can take a picture of this right here. So again, everybody, take a picture of my screen, please. I'll make this bigger so that you can see. Boom. Wednesdays equal consolidation. Thursday equals consolidation. Friday equals a staircase or an accordion. An accordion is basically, let me explain it to you so you can understand. An accordion is something like this. You open up here, you run up here, you hit here, you hit up here, you hit down here, and then you start compressing. When you start compressing again, that's when you know the big move is going to occur. Sometimes this happens towards 3 p.m., which means at 3 p.m., you know what that means, right? We could buy easy trade for the next morning, where it will jump up, we'll sell out for a profit, we'll buy into the puts on a 0 day, play back to the 200, and we head up higher, ladies and gentlemen. So it's just all theoretical, of course. However, depending on how you look at it, it always matches up with the price action. Alrighty, so let's go back. We're up 30% already. Absolutely excellent. There we go, everybody. Nice and easy trade. Remember, nice and easy. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. The next trade we're going to get into, of course, is calls. We're just going to allow the market to fall down, fill the gap. Once it fills the gap, boom, we'll get into the calls. So just kind of stay on the sidelines, everybody. Don't aggressively trade just yet. Snapchat is going wild. What in the world is happening with Snapchat? Is Dr. Danny in the chat? Dr. Danny is not here today. We got to thank Danny for that, because Danny gave us a really good play for Snapchat. Like an insane play, let me tell ya. Again, we're up 30% on that first play. Alrighty, let's look at the reversal points now. Is this the reversal chart? No, it's not. Where did it go? Right here. Boom, there you go. So you fell down only to the first reversal point, ladies and gentlemen. You ran up to number 1. You fell down to number 1. But I want to see you go lower. Again, you have a gap. I want to see you fill this gap to the bottom side. Why the bottom side first compared to the top side? Because you still have a gap to the top of you. So why do I think you're going to fill the bottom gap first? Is because most people, for some reason in this market, cannot play downside. It's kind of like I don't know what you would call it. It's a psychological error that a lot of people have. They just can't play downside. And I don't blame them, because if you look at the SPY the last 10 years, it's just been up. So in terms of playing downside, it tends to be a very hard thing to do, because it's kind of like, you know, you're betting against the whole entire economy. You're betting against the whole entire world almost. That's why it makes it just a little bit more fun to play the put side. You got to play both sides at the same time. You have to, absolutely have to. You can't just play one side. Sell the 639s. Well, that's the thing you have to understand, ladies and gentlemen. When you're up 20%, that's when you put your stop loss. If you didn't put your stop loss and you're down now, well, there you go. Now you could have bought the contracts cheaper. Now you could be making money twice. You could be up another 5% right there. on a whole new contract. So make sure you always sell your contracts, especially when I explain to you that today's going to be consolidation. Always take your profit. Take your profit, take your profit, take your profit. Ladies and gentlemen, take your profit. Do not leave that on the table. That is not the type of day that today is. Today is a day of consolidation. All Wednesdays are. All Thursdays are. Until proven otherwise. So, that's just how it works. That's all it is. In terms of when we're going to average down, we bought it at 28. The first level we're going to average down is going to be at around $4 to $5. So we're going to have the market run up to number 4 or number 3. And then we'll average down somewhere up here. Until then, there's no point for us to average down. You're simply just still stuck in the current price action, you know? Just got to slow it down, everybody. Slow it down sometimes. That's all you have to do.
It worked out exactly like I planned, man. It hit the yellow, the bottom of the yellow,
Yep.
shot back up. That was my edge. That's what I was looking for the whole day, and I'm listening. All right.
Let's do it, Louis. Come on now. Can't miss no more. Attack every single entry you see. Because you have these yellow zones right here, right? I think you have all of them when we went over it. The only person who I need to go over with is Wad. Also, Danny, you need to go over these charts with me in terms of supply and demand zones. So let me know what part you're stuck on. Let me know if you actually finished it. Louis is done. Wad is already done. So Danny, let me know. Because if you're done, we can go over it tonight. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. We just needed to give the market a little second there. Sometimes it's a little shy. It's alright. It happens. Snapchat is definitely dropping out the sky here. So again, if you would like to sell your Snapchat position, make sure that you take profit as you're still up 30%. You were up at 50% a couple seconds ago. I personally want to sell this trade at 1,000%. So you're only up 30%, right? You definitely got to potentially watch out because you might just start running up randomly. So is 30% good enough for us to take? Ladies and gentlemen, the answer is no. I don't want nothing to do with a 30%. Why? Just simply because this is a long-term trade. This is not a short-term trade. If it was a short-term 0-day SPY put, 0-day SPY call, then okay, maybe we would take profit. But because it's so long-term, because we have so much time, there's no need to do anything. Just wait around, everybody. Even while this Snapchat position drops and we lose some value here, remember, we still have some SPY puts. These SPY puts are currently around $36, and the goal is to sell it for around 90 to potentially 120. That's the first goal. That's why I told everybody in the morning. That's the first idea. You said CrowdStrike is going down, down. Let's take a look. Ladies and gentlemen, focus your attention on Crowd. SPY is up 30% again. If you've never had profit this week, you will claim profit, ladies and gentlemen. You must claim profit. If you had profit, or if you didn't have profit, then of course, you would claim profit. If you had profit, you could just leave it running. Let it be a runner. Do not touch it. We'll get into another SPY call the second you fill this gap. And you might ask, what level is the gap exactly? And the level is all the way down here to 640. That's why we're thinking the market's going to drop. Just got to give it a second. Snapchat, why you dropping with SPY? Alrighty, so again, the first trade was absolutely phenomenal. As you all could see, it's going our way. Still fighting against the grain. So we'll still have to see if you're actually going to continue to fall here. I could definitely see you running up much higher. But again, gap fill, ladies and gentlemen. Gap fill, gap fill. We got to fill the gap. Gaps to the downside, which is the gaps that were created a couple days ago, 2 days ago. They have a higher chance of being filled first than the gaps that you create while running up. So in terms of, what do you call that? What is the damn word for it in math? Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Come on now. I forgot the word for it. Whatever, the operation, god damn. Not probability, but it's like the order. Oh yeah, the order of operation. There you go. So the way of operation. Yeah, shit. I couldn't think of it for a second. I don't know what it was. My bad, Louis. Thank you. So in terms of the order of operation, right? Yes, a gap to the top side would get filled much quicker than the gap to the bottom. However, because, like I said, this market has been choosing the downside. It's been very prevalent. We obviously can tell just in the last couple of days of movement. So if you've done something the last couple of days and it's consistent, it's potentially possible you're going to do it today too before the flow switches. So that's what we're trying to pay attention to right now. The switching of flow. When is the market going to change directions? And when are we actually going to see some upside? So first thing is first, I told everybody yesterday, we're going to play puts. And it's kind of crazy. I told everybody this at the end of the day. At the end of the day, I told everybody we're going to play puts to 200. And then once you get below it, then we're going to play some calls going up above it. So you need to go below the 200 in order to play calls right now. That is the one thing we are waiting for. So regardless of what this market chooses to do, we don't really care, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because if we need to, we'll average down. We'll average down. We'll take our average to a really low price. And then we'll just sell out for break even. Or the move is going to occur just like yesterday. Which was kind of crazy. Remember that. We told everybody in the morning we wanted to see the market run up to 642. And as you all could see, you just fell out the sky. And then you chose to ran up towards the end of the day. So we were correct. It fully worked. And it was absolutely phenomenal. However, one thing could be stated and one thing could be said. And that thing is we could have just bought some contracts that were closer once we fell down to here. So for today, we only have $28 into the market. We want this to drop down. We want to sell this for $120, if not $90, which is around like 200, 300%, somewhere around there. And then after that, we're going to wait for the afternoon session so that we can get some really cheap contracts potentially. And then we'll go from there. Because again, we're mimicking yesterday's data, yesterday's lessons, with today's probability. And if done correctly, of course, we'll see how the market rhymes. It's not going to be the same, but it is going to rhyme. I could most certainly tell you that. I apologize for the little pause right there. I got a cramp in my foot, and this shit is not going away. Ah! I was trying to ignore it for like the last 10 seconds while I was talking. You know when you got a cramp in your toes and you got to bend them? Because they feel like they're bending the other way? Is it just me? Yeah, this feels crazy. Alright, so again, we're still waiting for the downside. We're not going to rush a single thing. We'll average down if we need to. And in the meantime, we're still looking for this market to drop right back down to 639. Fill the gap. And then we're going right back up. That's the game plan. At that point, we could buy a 5-day call, just so you all know. You could buy that call down here. Because if the market's curving up and this is a bowl, that means this is potentially the right side of where you're in, where you're having that incline. So if that's the case, you could have a situation where as it falls, it doesn't want to go lower or test these previous lows. In fact, it almost looks like this right here, where it's just kind of like, you know what I mean? Steadily increasing upwards, which is what we want. That's what we want, everybody. We want to be able to play the calls. We want to be able to actually play to 650 when you go up to here. It's just a matter of, will it do it now, instantly right away? Or will we have some downside today where we can fall down to here and then play the calls going up the next couple days? It all depends. It all depends. So, right? Okay. Excellent. There you go. What put you bought? What strike price? Yeah. The one thing we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is we are going to try to see if we can get into any long-term plays. So potentially some Intel plays. I do want Intel to run to 27. Target is still at the low. So in case anybody wants to buy Target, I'm just letting you know. Target is dropping out the sky here. Let me take one more look at Target. Just in case I didn't find something I would like to buy yet. Let's see if we could find something we would like to buy. Alright, so calls for Target. Let's go 226 days out. There is no open interest. Open interest means the amount of people that are currently holding it. You're looking for big money. You're looking for a bunch of people to be holding a certain contract. Because what that tells you is that it's not just you looking at that direction. Sometimes you're going to have a situation where you get into the play before the whole entire market does. That's just how I go about teaching. But in terms of you looking for contract prices right now, just always look for stuff that has the highest open interest. That's the first thing you want to do. So 110 for 136 days out costs 240. That's not bad. August 19th. This option was around $800. August 19th. Let's go look at August 19th. When was that? August 19th. This option was at $800. Wait a second. And how about before that? I think you guys are thinking what I'm thinking. This thing went from 2,000 to 3,400. This is not a bad buy. This is a pretty good buy, honestly. Yeah, you doubled at one point. Yeah, when you went up to those tops, holy shit. You went from $1,700 to $6,800. So even at $1,700, you multiplied by like 4 or 5 for target. So this is for a 110 call. Again, the 110s is basically the next area the target's going to run into. The one thing you do have to watch out for, because we can't be oblivious, of course, is the fact that, yes, target is at the area where we're supposed to buy more. That's why we have a circle here. Now, again, if you look at the 4 hour in the bigger picture, the one thing you understand is that you could still fall down to 60, to 40, to 30. You could still fall out the sky. And that's kind of what I want to happen here. If target could fall to $10, $20, so be it. I'd much rather, us buy it at those low prices. So for now, we're going to keep buying it. We're going to buy another one right now. I'm just looking for a really decent price. Maybe something for October. Because remember, people are going to start buying more stuff because of the holiday season. So there's definitely going to be more people in Target. There's definitely going to be more sales. Things are definitely going to pick up in September and October, right before their next earnings report. And that's what we're looking for. Just logical behavior. That's it. All right, so give me 1 second, everybody. Let me hunt down these options and see if I can find something better for us. 30 days out. Nah. 37 days out. Nah. Let's go. I'll leave you on SPY for now. I have no idea what SPY is doing. And then in the meantime, because we also have the ability to create the CS zones, we didn't create these zones yesterday because there was no need to. But today, since it's going to be consolidation, you already know the name of the game. CS zones, ladies and gentlemen. Meaning once you pop to the bottom of this CS zone, it's going to be time for us to buy calls for you to run up to the top of it. Because you see how this red candle did not hit the top of it? You can get another candle that basically does something like this here. Falls out. Runs back in, hits the midpoint, falls down to the bottom, runs up to the top, makes a higher high, and then you fall down right back down to here. You could do something weird like that. So I'm just paying very close attention to this. When we get to this newer low, again, just keep watching it. Because it's going to keep doing the same thing it's doing right now. You're going to fall down a little bit lower, then it's going to like viciously run up green, So what that means is potentially around 641, we could buy into calls. If you guys are down, we could do it together. If you guys are down, let's do it together as a unit, as a team. Let me go take a look at it right now. Right? You got all the zones. There you go, Louis. All the zones. You even got the zones to the bottom. Phenomenal, bro. Well, that's it. At that point, you know what the plan is. You know how you could have fixed it. Do it. Let's see what you got next up. Let's see what's your next trade. Right? Does look a little shaky. I agree. Does look like it wants to break out and wants to run up higher. However, that gap is just like, it's kind of like a magnet. It's just pulling it right back down. Ladies and gentlemen, so far the puts have been up 30%. Right now as we speak, the same puts are, give me 1 second. Same puts are around $20. So value is disintegrating. It's just completely disappearing, which is perfect. Cheaper contracts, cheaper prices means more money for us. Even if we had to lose one of the contracts in the process of it. But again, it's still too early to tell. We're still going to follow our original idea. We're not going to backtrack yet. We're not going to play defensively yet. We're not going to try to buy some insurance for the call side yet, because we still are looking at downside. In terms of supply and demand zones, because I know a few of you follow these zones here. Again, I kind of want to see the market fall straight down to 638.90s, 637, like somewhere down here. And then once you pull down here, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start looking for a 6-day option for the call side, because at that point they should get destroyed. That's basically what I'm looking for, is an area in which contracts a couple days out will get absolutely destroyed. They'll lose all their value, so that we could just, tiptoe right in, buy it at a cheap price, and boom, sell it at a normal price. A price that most people are trying to sell at because they're break even. But our break even is way before their break even. That's the reality of it. This whole entire market is going to have a different break even than us. We're always going to have a greater break even. Now, because I love buying my contracts early, the only problem is obviously I like buying my contracts early. So it's just going to give us, worser prices, worser performances, just due to the fact that we're getting it early. But it's a good thing because you can actually track it down, ahead of time before it actually occurs. So it kind of actually works out at the end of the day, if you really think of it. Remember, everybody, you're up 33%. So if you're making some money here, put a stop loss. Keep buying and selling and buying and selling. Every single chance this market gets, just buy and sell and buy and sell. And take your time. Take your time, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a long way to go here. Let's move this over so you can actually see what's going on. We can move this over as well. If today does not fill this gap to the bottom side, it's going to make for an even more explosive and chaotic market. So let's just say we lose the money, right? It's the funniest reality is that in a couple of days, we're going to make 10 times that, just because of the actual flow that's occurring right now. It's telling us what's going to happen in a couple of days. So even though we might be wrong today, even though our trade might, go against us, and right now we're profitable. Remember that. Right now we are profiting because we're playing the downside. But even if the trade goes against us, it's okay. We already have a backup plan. We're not putting in too much capital. We only got a tiny bit in, just like yesterday. And let's see how much we can make with this. And then with the profit, we're just going to throw it right back into the market as soon as we sell it. See if we can double it again. And then after that, use a cheaper account so that we don't lose the same amount of profit that we made today. You always got to go cheaper. And once you're done with all of that, the trifecta, you could say, first account, which is the bigger account you traded with, mid-size account you traded with, and the small account you're trading with, let's just say at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you're done. And then you have a paper trade, you're above and beyond at that point. That's all you have to do. 3 to 4 trades a day, a month straight of you trading. That second month, you're going to gain so much experience, you're not even going to understand and fathom how you got so good. But that's not something for you to understand. Sometimes I don't even understand how I trade. I'm kind of like looking at myself like, how did I just do that? But that's just the treat of it. You know what I mean? That's just the amazingness of it. Every single person here could predict markets the same way I do. You just got to do your technicals. That's it. Create your charts. Get them done. Same way I've taught you. And again, I'm sure you're going to get better results than me. In fact, I can't wait for you to get better results than me. And, in terms of the Discord, in terms of the trades. And make sure you're posting that, by the way. Whenever you have an idea, post your idea. Let everybody know. Because if you predict it correctly, now you have something to say. Now you can show everybody. And not in terms of, using your mouth to talk out loud, but in terms of showing people that it's possible. That's all this is about. It's not about comparing and being unhumble. It's about actually leveling up everybody else with you. Again, 90% of this atmosphere, 90% of the people in this field are just here to put you down. That's all they do. So until there's a change, until there's a group of people who completely, destroy that idea and show nothing but help, show nothing but the want and will to level people up, at that point, then maybe we might have a situation where it changes. But until then, Until then, ladies and gentlemen, let's take this very slow. I want you all to post your ideas inside of the chat. So all the people that's watching on YouTube, we have 35 people right now. This is probably the most we've ever had in a while here. I want each and every one of you to post your ideas. Same thing with the Discord. Right here, right now, everybody. You tell me in the next hour where the market's going to go. Tell me an exact price. Don't guess. Meticulate. Demonstrate. And plan beyond the normal realm of consciousness. Plan beyond the normal realm of norm. You know? Plan so far above a normal level of planning that your level of planning becomes a definition of planning. That's how much you must plan. So let me hear it, everybody. What does everybody here have to say? Remember, everybody on YouTube, I can see every single one of you who are here, regardless if you're typing or not. So make sure you actually are saying something. Make sure, because that's what this is all about. We're still waiting here. We're not going to get into any calls yet. You guys are doing phenomenal so far. You guys learn quick, huh? This is awesome. Mikey, excellent. Louis, excellent. John already took his profit and he's gone. He already made his money, he's gone. I love it. Keep it going, everybody. Keep it going. Let's take a look at some of these other trades now before SPY gets too boring here. If SPY does give us an opportunity to trade SPX, we will trade it. Because yesterday, those SPX contracts went from around $15 to around $400 each. So let's just say you had $150 into that trade. You know how much you would have made? $4,000. $4,000, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the goal today. Let's see if we can do something crazy like that. Whether it's with SPX, whether it's with SPY, whether it's with Snapchat, doesn't matter what name it is. In fact, if there is a name that you guys know that is oversold, make sure you post it. Because we could break down the charts and probably come up with a really good idea in terms of where we could buy and sell. And those charts, honestly, they generally are a lot easier. Let's be honest here. When something's oversold, it's a lot easier to trade. Pretty much every single one of the oversold companies that we've traded before has ran up. Cough, cough, Unity, which we're going to take a look at right now. This shit needs to fall out the sky. It needs to fall right back down to 23. Come on now. We got to buy it right back. The next time this thing hits 23, everybody, I want you to have your alerts set and ready. I want you to be prepared. I need everybody buying into this company. Not only just the stock, but also the options. The reason why is because this company is going to be the main person who creates the games for the metaverse. So they're very important in terms of their own ability to actually create games and create a, an environment where people like it. And then, not only that, but they're at the forefront of the metaverse, which is very important. It's very important. Make sure you don't forget that. You said you want to see 639 before the big move up? Looks like everybody here is thinking as a team here. Guys are getting me excited now. Let's do it. So we got the whole Discord, we got the whole YouTube, we got everybody talking about puts. Everybody's talking about downside and then upside. Do you guys see the change and how quick it happened? Before, we were only talking about just downside. And then before that, we were just talking about just upside. Now we're talking about both sides. Just like that. Within a matter of 3 days. So we're just going to wait. Take this as a 5-minute. In terms of the 200-day moving average, is still below us. If you do a ghost touch today, that would be pretty funny. But once you get above the midpoint of these two zones, which is around 640. That's not 640.59. That's the previous one. That's 643.98. So 643.98 and above, we're going to play calls. Anywhere below that, we're playing the downside. Let this drop. Let it fall, everybody. If we need to average down, we'll average down. We bought at the opening price. Again, we bought at the open. The contracts right now are definitely cheaper. Without me having to check, I could already tell. Our contracts right now, again, are going to definitely be cheaper. We were up 30% at one point, 35%. Now we're down to only 20 again, down a couple dollars. Got to hit it from both sides. Now, yeah, 100%. You got to hit it from both sides. If you want to be the best trader in the world, if you want to truly actually be a trader, if you want to feel the thrill of it, the thrill of being a trader, you know where that thrill, resides? That thrill resides in you actually being able to play both directions. You play a call, you play a put. I promise, the way you feel at the end of the day, the way you feel after you did that, after you listen to your gut and your instinct, it's going to feel unparalleled with anything else. Guaranteed.
See what I posted in the chat, right? I don't know how you did on a put and a call.
There you go, Louis. Playing both sides at the same time. Look at this, everybody. Look at these gains so far. This is excellent. Look at this. Bought, sold, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, everybody. We know what today's going to be. We know what Wednesdays are. Look at that preparation. I'm telling ya, nobody in the world is more prepared than us. Nobody in the world. 3 trades, Louis. That right there. That's something we got to discuss. That's something we got to break down. That's something we got to talk about. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. There we go. That's excellent, bro. Hell yeah. So again, you hit the bottom of the CS zone. You didn't go as far as we would like. You instead ran up a little bit higher than the point, ran back into the zone, ran above the midpoint, and now you're consolidating above it. So we'll see if you just want to run to the top of it. We'll see if you want to then fall back into it. And we will most certainly see if you want to run on top of it even more till you run to 644, if not 645. And then we'll play some puts from here. If not, average down on the first set of puts up here. And then play them going right back down to here. We'll see if the strike price is going to be in value. But yeah, that's all we have to do now. In terms of the supply and demand zones, again, you're at the yellow. In terms of the reversal points, you're stuck at number 1. You fell down to 1.5 perfectly. Ran right back up to number 1. I would like to see this fall right back down to number 4. That's the goal right now. Number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Again, make sure you take your profit whenever you can. Take your profit. Take your profit. When the market does a big move, then you start to acknowledge the big move, and then we start to plan for something much bigger than that. For now, just keep taking profit. Back and forth, back and forth. Currently, we're still in the puts from opening price. After, of course, you have ran up. Then you fell right back down to number 1.5. We were up 30%. Now, right as we speak, I think we're down 20%. Yeah, we're down about 20% here. So we'll let this still go against us, and then we'll average down somewhere at number 2 to number 4. Buy another one. Sell out the second it falls right back down to number 1. And then we'll see if we could play some calls going up even higher. The Snapchat stuff is definitely falling out the sky here. But again, we're going to leave it. We're not looking at selling Snapchat right now. In fact, if I spent $300 on buying Snapchat calls for a couple months out, I'm only going to sell it if it hits 3,000. Anywhere in between is not worth my time. I could just make the same gain trading SPY, for that matter. So it has to be over 500%. It has to be over 1,000%. Because again, I could just make 300% trading SPY per day. Just like yesterday, just like the day before, just like every other day, prior. It's the same thing every single time. So whenever you're trading, the one thing a trader needs to understand is, how can I make sure that I'm putting enough money into the market, like right now, so that when I sell it for whatever profit, I'm happy with it. So I don't got to double dip my toes into this. Because the second you double dip those toes into the market, it's over. The market's taking your whole leg. It's taking everything. Not just your leg. It might even take half your body. You got to realize that. Always put in a little bit amount of capital. Like just a tiny bit. $5, $20, $30. Turn it to 200, turn it to 150, turn it to 100. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. If you got to average down, you got to average down. But make yourself survive. Always survive. Never give up. Even if you only have $10 in your account, I swear, never give up until it's over. Until the market's closed, until you have to sell out of your position, you are not giving up. You cannot do that. Why? Because I never did that. Not one time. I wanted to. Shit, every single day I wanted to. But if you don't want to give up in terms of something you're doing, you were never really, even trying to make it go far. If you really think about it, you got to actually want to give up, because when you want to give up, that's when you actually start to go far with something, because now you're actually displaying your true reason for doing so. That's just how it looks. Trading view is laggy as fuck. No, yeah. That's how trading view is, especially when you have quick days, like towards the end of the day. Or I forgot, there was some days where we were thinking the market was going to collapse out the sky, and the market was actually collapsing. And while it was collapsing, it was like nothing was working. Trading view wasn't working. The internet wasn't working. And I'm like, yo, like, what is going on here? I forgot when that was, but it was not too long ago. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was like probably like 2 months ago, maybe like a month and a half ago. Yo, I swear this mosquito. I have a damn fucking mosquito that keeps biting me at night. How the hell is this shit still alive? How long does a mosquito last? Let me search this up. How long does mosquito live? Because this shit is not normal. 45 days. This motherfucker has been tormenting me for weeks. Yo, what's wrong with them? I didn't do nothing. I got bite. It looks like I got ticks all over me or something. What the hell? Listen, I gotta explain it in layman's context, a way that I can understand. Yo, I swear, that's not normal. Alright, whatever. Market's falling. Market looks like it wants to choose some downside. So if it breaks out, this is going to be quite surprising. You're actually going to gain a lot of value here, just with you being able to break out above 643.28. So we'll see if it happens. Because you could start to, again, like I said, increase the amount of momentum that's in the market. And the contract prices are going to absolutely soar for the call side. So we'll see what the market's going to choose. We're not choosing the direction per se, but we are looking at the downside until you fill the gap. You didn't fill most of the gap yet. In fact, most of the gap is going to be filled once you hit around... You almost actually filled most of the gap, actually, yeah. You filled like a little bit over a quarter. You got to hit at least 641 here. 641.50, 641.30. That's the main primary area, you could say. And then after that, then we have the 640s, which is going to be a little bit below the 200-day moving average. It could happen around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. But if we just continue running up higher, that means, yeah, the market just wants to see 650. Normally, these types of reversals are perfect. Absolute, smashing it out the sky. We got a 30%, which is still really good. It's not a bad trade. But in terms of what we're looking for at least 100%. At least 100%. So if we can't get at least 100%, we're not going to sell until we average down, and then we potentially sell for another higher price. Trade number 4, Louis. Let me see what's going on here. Trade number 4 was a SPY. What is this? A SPY call?
No, I got the put. That's the 640 put. I got the 44.
That's
Man, why is y'all?
that's your 4th trade, right? So far?
Yeah, this trade up number 4. Yeah, about the 5 go this too.
Keep going, Louis. Keep going. This is the most important bit of experience that you will gain as a person, is being able to trade back and forth. Smashing out the park, bro. What's everybody else doing? Everybody else in the background is quiet, huh? I don't see no trades being posted. I don't see no ideas being posted. What's going on back here? I'm sure you understand you don't have to answer. I already know. But we need to change that. You know, this is not the environment for that. This environment breeds absolute victory. Not yet, Louis. Take your time, bro. Hold the put for now. Take a break. Do what you got to do. I think you can hold that put for right now. So hold it for now. By the time you come back, we'll be right back down at 640. You'll sell it for 100, 300%. You'll buy a call. Sell it for the same percentage, and then boom. Back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. Please, nobody get fired from their job. Or else I'm gonna have to pull up. I'll convince your boss. Don't worry about it. I'll teach the boss how to trade, and maybe we have a deal. Imagine. That would be funny.
Yeah, I think they're about to fire me just now because I haven't called in my
Oh my god, Mikey. Don't tell me that, Mikey.
Sitting down here watching this screen, watching my phone. Yep.
Yeah, days like today are the best days to trade. They contain the most amount of trades, the most amount of money one can make. Like, I kid you not, if you have $300, $600, just trade back and forth, one contract at a time. Do not buy multiple. Do not average down. Just one at a time. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. When you think it's time to get into puts, get into puts. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Break it down. Don't get emotional. Never get emotional, even if you have a loss. Never get emotional. I'm telling you, most people are going to get emotional. Regardless of who they are, regardless if they're man or female, they're going to get emotional. I see it happen all the time. So, take your time, everybody. We still have so much hours left in today. Only an hour has passed since the market has opened, and we already smashed it out the park. What side has the market really chosen? The downside. What side were we up 30% on? The downside, everybody. Therefore, even though we're down right now because we decided to hold, was our idea wrong? And the answer is no. Truthfully, no. And that's the best part of it. So even if this goes against us, it worked out. The trade worked. All we got to do now is look for a better trade. If this one doesn't want to work no more. And that's how I look at it. Because the idea is to turn any single day that you trade into one day. If today's going to be consolidation, correct? The one thing you need to acknowledge is, how do you turn a consolidation day into a normal day? Well, you just make sure, one, first things first, the strike price in terms of what you're buying is exactly, the strike price you need to be buying. Two, you need to make sure you're buying it at the right moment. Three, you need to make sure that when the market actually starts to slow down and kill all the value, you average down. And four, you need to make sure you actually have a get out plan when you average down. Just in case the market's just completely going against you and it just wants to run up to the upside. What level will you start playing calls at? And what level will you start to sell those calls at? So what level are you going to buy the calls? And what level are you going to sell the calls, everybody? How are you going to truly play this upside? Just in case the market goes against us. So let me hear it. Let me see what everybody says. I have some of you saying you're waiting to average down. Excellent. You guys already know what's the game plan. You guys already know what's step number 2. Step number 1, get a good contract that has potential. Step number 2, sell out at 20 to 30%. Step number 3, if I didn't sell out, average down. Step number 4, sell out for a good, decent percentage. Regardless of what it is, just anything decent, anything that's profitable. Why? Because again, we had to average down. When you have to average down, that's it. It's over. It's over at that point. It's just recovery mode. That's all you're doing. You're not actually trying to make money, You're just trying to recover. At least that's how the psychology should work. So, Snapchat's starting to drop down a little bit more. We're still inside of the SPY call, or not the SPY call, the SPY put for 639. Let's go check these contract prices just to see how it's changing. Okay, so you went from... Yeah, you went from that price to 21, then you went to 38. 38, 21 to 38 would have been 100%. So that's not bad. Not bad at all. When we went up 30%, one would have been up around 100 and... No, like around like 90%, 80%, you could say. After this account, once we're done trading the puts here, we're most likely going to hop into the other account and play the calls. That's going to be the $4 account that we turned to $20. So that's going to be the next plan. Until then, everybody, please be on standby. Please take your time. We're going to now leave you with some sweet silence. We're not going to say a word. We're not going to say a thing. And I want every single one of you to play with this market as best as you can for the next 30 minutes until I can handle this phone call. And then when I'm done, boom, we'll get back into it. Sounds like a plan? Sounds like a plan, everybody. So again, I'm going to draw the CS zones here just to help you guys out. But then I'm going to have to take a little break here because that phone call I was supposed to have yesterday, I did not have it. So I got to have it now. Alrighty, let's do this. Remember, you're on top of a CS zone. You guys already know how to trade the CS zones. Most of the time when you hit the top of it, it means puts. So just watch yourself here because you might fall right back down to the bottom. Easy put play. Then you can hop into more calls for a greater reversal right back up. This market's like a slippery slope. I just had to say that. All right, give me 1 second. Just be careful. Make sure you got your skis on. You're almost at the midpoint, everybody. You're almost at the midpoint. Seconds away from touching it. All right, everybody. We just averaged down on the 639 puts. Right at the midpoint. The next time we're going to average down is right up here at 646. Again, we're looking for the bigger midday trend. Remember that. Remember that. Don't forget it. It's the most important thing. So far, the midday trend is taking over in terms of upside. And in terms of our first idea for today, we played the downside. You had a 30%, but then you're going up against it. So what I would like to see is, do we still have the opportunity to fill this gap to the bottom side? And can we still fall down to 639? And the question is, the answer is, I believe so, yes. I think we're going right back down to 639. So this is going to be real fun. Make sure you watch out for that downside. And then, you know, every single time you're above 644, we could just keep playing the upside. So it's just back and forth, back and forth. So for the SPY put, because we averaged down so massively, we're only down about 15% now, which means the second SPY actually falls right back inside of this box. It's over. We're already profitable again on those puts we bought at the open, just because we averaged down right here. However, we still want a greater downtrend. I want to at least see something fall right back down to number 3 or number 4. So that's what I'm looking for right now. You said before I did trust your art in trading, but now I do. You mean before you didn't trust my art in terms of trading, in terms of like ideas and stuff like that? Well, I mean that's, you know, I understand that. Everybody kind of sees stuff their own way. I'm not here to convince anybody. I'm here to just show how we're destroying this market every single day for the last 3 years straight, every single day. You didn't trust my art in terms of trading, but now you do. No, yeah, I understand that. That's just how things go. That's how the world works. People are not going to just blindly trust you. That's not how things work. I agree with that. The more you see, you got to watch yourself, though. Got to make sure you cover your eyes sometimes, because what you're going to see is going to be stuff that's going to completely change your whole entire mind as to how the whole entire world, you know, really operates. It's not just the stock market. It's everything around you. Every single aspect. Just got to give yourself some time. Give yourself some time and enjoy the process. Have some fun. Always make sure you're enjoying the process. If you're not, eventually the process is going to, you know, enjoy itself with you by destroying you. Pretty much. But you know what I mean. Just enjoy it. Enjoy it. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to show you. Always realize that. Always recognize that. We average down on these plays at around 1.5. Now you hit almost number 2. Once you get above number 2, we'll see if you're going to run to number 3 or number 4. where we can then average down just a slight bit more. And then at that point, we'll see if you're going to have that downside trend that we're looking for. Market's just really bullish right now, which makes sense. We talked about it yesterday. The market definitely wants to run to 650 and then 654. It wants to run to a new high. That's exactly what it wants to do right now. However, we're going to stop it in its tracks. And we're going to be the people. We're going to be the team. We're going to be the unit that perfectly predicts this downside. Just like how we did in the morning. Just like how we're going to do in the afternoon. Just like how we're going to do in about 2 days. We just got to give it some time. Allow the trends to take over. Allow yourself to actually have some bit of retracement. It's lower than what we had in the morning. Because again, I could just sit here and tell you, you know what, I'm happy with whatever you dropped to in the morning. And I accept that. But nope, I most certainly do not. That's not good enough. I want something more than that. Not because I want it. Not because it's emotional. Not because it's biased. But because it's all technicals. The technicals tell me they want more downside. But in the process of that, just like how we broke the technicals down yesterday, they also told us that yes, you might want to run to a new high. So it's kind of like both sides are battling each other at the same time. It's like a giant game of tug of war, you could say. Now, since we hit number 2, I want to see us fall down to number 3 or number 4. Pretty much the same thing like yesterday, right? Let's go take a look at yesterday. Yesterday, you first fell down to number 1.5, then almost number 2. So yesterday was a lot more. It was a lot more fluid, I would say. It was a lot more forgiving. You had plenty of space and plenty of ranges to actually, dive up and dive down. In terms of today, because it's consolidation, which, as I told you all in the morning before the market opened up, and as the market opened up, kind of makes sense. But this is not really consolidation. This is a really good uptrend. So we'll see how today turns out. 641.60 straight up to 644.08. If it's more than $2.50, everybody, we are not consolidating no more. It's exactly $2.50. All right. Of course it would do that. That's so funny. I had a feeling. Normally that's how much it equals when you hit number 1.5 and then you ran up to number 2. So we'll see if this thing falls down, that means yes, today is consolidation day. If it goes above number 2, that means yes, it is now starting to break out. So we might have an actual bigger retracement to the downside when you finish that uptrend. That's so funny. It was exactly 250, like 252. There we go. Failure is not an option. That's the one word that I like to hear a lot. Failure is not an option, ladies and gentlemen. It never was an option. It wasn't even on the table. It wasn't even a word that was even known to a certain person in terms of just vocabulary. They don't even know what that means. There's no such thing as failure. There never was such thing as failure. So make sure you all understand that in terms of your trades, in terms of your ideas. When it goes against you, that's when you have to try harder. That's pretty much all you have to do. As long as you do that, you did good enough. Of course, also break down your trades when the day is done. A lot of people don't do that, by the way. Because when the day is already done, you can't see the contract prices no more. You can't see what you should have done that was better. So before it hits 12 o'clock that same night or day, you could say, regardless of what time zone you're in, I guess, right? But regardless of what, make sure you're taking it nice and slow. You're stuck at number 2. I want to see you fall right back down to the zone. You are making a new CS zone, so that's honestly perfect. Gives us just a little bit more. We'll keep moving it up as you move up until this candle's done. What time is it right now? This candle has 2 minutes left. So yeah, we still got another 2 minutes left before this is done. Every time it moves up higher, we'll just move up the zone. If it stops here, that's it. That's where the zone is going to end. That would be a really good zone if it can end right here, because then you could fall right back down again to the top of the last zone. If you fall through the last zone, you're going straight down. You're going to fill the gap. And you're going to end up potentially, running right back up to fill the next gap, which is on top of us. which is currently what you're feeling right now, actually. That gap above us, as you all can see. And now you filled about 3/4 of it. That's so crazy how you perfectly end up doing these certain fractions when it comes to gap fills and whatnot. It's absolutely absurd. It like, it almost doesn't make sense, but at the same time, it kind of does make sense. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just ridiculous. Because if you just keep following these gaps and all these other, you know, little things that occurred throughout the market, throughout the week, it's like point blank just telling you what to do that next day or that next, you know, couple days, you could say. Not just the next day. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I thank every single one of you for showing up today. I do thank every single one of you. This is the most amount of people we've had so far. So again, I do appreciate you all. Make sure you enjoy exactly what we're talking about. Not because you're forcing yourself to, but because you're actually learning. If you're not learning, you tell me. And I'll turn this environment into something else that you can learn from. Because again, I want everybody to learn. Every single person here should have the opportunity and the ability to learn. And if you do not, and if you cannot, you let me know and we'll fix it up. That's what makes it right. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do something pretty funny. Today's Wednesday, right, everybody? Louis had 4 trades. A couple other individuals had a couple of trades. What I want to see is if I go silent for 30 minutes to an hour, 1, I want to see how much the YouTube views drop. 2, I want to see how much people actually start talking to each other. 3, I want to see if the YouTube chat starts talking to each other, because I want you guys to actually chop up ideas and talk about different plans. Even if I'm not in the conversation, act like I'm not here. I'm creating an environment for you guys to talk to each other. That's what I want to create. And the reason why is because when I was alone, when I was trying to trade and learn all this stuff, and none of my friends wanted to learn it, the only thing I really wanted was an environment. So use it. Use the environment. Help each other out. Talk to each other. Because again, I'm not always going to be here. So again, I'm not trying to sound oppressive and negative, right? Don't act like that. Don't make it sound like that. That's not the case here. What I'm trying to say is, just in case, worst case scenario, you know, you always got to plan. You always got to be the person that plans more than everybody else. And yeah, I just want to see you guys chop it up. That right there will make me happy. Starting to fall. You're very new to options trading. And you're learning very slowly. Excellent. Do not rush it. Do not get blindsided by the quick wins. Do not get blindsided by the profit. When you have profit, the next day you must use 1/4 of that profit. Don't use your whole account. This is not a quadrupling game here. Later on, it will turn into that. But for now, in terms of the beginning stages, it's just about mastering the beginning steps. So it's just all flow, you know? So again, everybody, I'm going to give you all a second here to conversate with each other. I am not going to talk for the next 30 minutes. I will not move my mouse. I will not move my screen. I'm going to leave it just right here. If you need to talk to me and you have my... Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me get a quick question, man. You did the $3 to $1 million challenge last month, man. 14 days of doubling, you'll have over 1.8. Right?
Correct.
Where did that go?
For that challenge, we actually had to slow it down. And the root reason as to why we slowed it down was because nobody in the Discord was posting their challenges on my Discord. So if I go to my Discord real quick, I want to show you guys something. Most of the people, they just trade, they make money, but they don't really try to help us grow the community. Most people inside this Discord. And again, I hope you don't take that as disrespect because there's no reason to. If you're not trying to help the community grow, you're not trying to help it grow. And that's not something that I'm going to force you to do. However, if you look at some of the ideas that we posted from before, days and weeks ahead of time, it's pretty much the same thing that's occurring now. So if we go ahead and take a step over here, let me show you guys something real quick. Let's go to the $4, $1 million challenge. The only person we have posting here, besides me posting last on the 13th, was John. So this tells me that nobody on the Discord, out of all these people that, you know, pay for this Discord, not a single person here wants to do the $1 million challenge. That's how I see this. Because every single one of you guys don't post here. In terms of Louis, In terms of Danny, you guys are new. I'm not including you guys, but in terms of everybody else who's on this voice chat who can hear me loud and clear, come on now. There's no reason for me to get to $1 million if you guys are not growing with me. Like, what is the point? I'm not.
The $3 is hard, man. $3 is difficult.
It's hard. It is.
A $30 to $1 million change. You know what I mean? It's easy
No, but
to find a $30 trade.
but the thing is,
You only got to double up 10 times. 2 weeks you should be able to have $1 million if you can win, if you can actually complete the shot.
and I agree with you, Louis. However, the thing here is that this right here doesn't say $4. My YouTube thumbnail and my YouTube title says $4 because that's the challenge that I'm currently doing. In terms of you guys, I allow you guys to start with 100. I mean, look at Monza, right? He started with 150, but then Monza didn't post a single thing afterwards. So this is the type of stuff that I'm talking about. This is the reason why I don't grow these other accounts and why I start new challenges is because everybody else just gives up on themselves. So until people start learning they can't give up on themselves and they need to keep posting every single day, I'm just not gonna, there's no reason for me to do it. I know what I could do. I know what I'm potentially capable of. But I need others to believe in themselves too. Not just me believe in myself and me believe in others. I need them to believe in themselves and post every single day, win or loss. Not just me.
I'm with the $30. I'm gonna do a $30. I'm gonna see if I can pull off 100% for 10 days, 2 weeks straight. That would be crazy. I want to see somebody in our Discord actually make $1 million off one of these challenges. I mean, it's 30 of us right now. I feel like one of us should hit. You know, but we all can't do the same thing. We all gotta have our own thing.
Correct. Correct.
Just 100% trade every day.
There you go. That's it.
I'm with it. I'm gonna post something in there. Sorry.
There you go, bro. Take your time. Look at all the different ways that I post. Yeah, definitely use Weeble. You want in on the mill challenge? I think I have everything posted.
I'm not gonna say in 10 days. I'm just gonna say within a month. You gotta find 10 trades so that'll net you like 100% or close to it. If you could do that, I feel like if you could do 80% for like 15 days in a row, that's a hell of a streak. You're gonna be rewarded afterwards. You know,
Right?
You're gonna be up. I need something that's going to challenge me and make me try and push the envelope, so to speak.
Correct. Exactly. Just like that. The only person who's actually doing exactly what I want them to do is Prime. He's the only person. So I got to see everybody else. And Prime, guess what? Prime calls me every night. Prime calls me 2 times a day sometimes, 3 times a day, 4 times a day sometimes. That's what I want to see is you wanting it. That's it. Because even if you can't post notes, even if you can't, get to the chase and, get to where everybody else is in terms of ideas or in terms of conceptualizing stuff, it doesn't matter. Just show me you need my help. Show me you want it. And I will be there for you. It's just, I need you guys to call me. You guys need to harass me every single day. I can't have a day like yesterday where nobody called me at all besides the nighttime. I had a few conversations with, I think, like 3 people. I was literally sitting in the park for like 2 hours, 3 hours, and I was just doing nothing. I was just bored out of my mind. And the reason why was because I just want to help you guys. That's all I care about. I don't even want to draw my stories. I don't even want to write my shows. I just want to help you guys. When you guys are done and when you guys are set, which it doesn't take long to do that. It just takes you to get to 1,000 to 5K, and that's it. You're set. And once you get to there, boom, then I can start my other dreams and ambitions and goals. But I can't do that and leave you guys in the dust because that's what I do with every single challenge. Every single one of my challenges is just like everybody is behind. And I'm not putting people down. That's not what this is. It's because people give up on themselves. So stop giving up on yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Stop. Post. Let me see your trades. Let everybody see your trades. Let everybody see your ideas. Post in the $1 million challenge. Post in the 100% challenge. Post everywhere. Because you are the root reason as to why I will grow. If none of you post your trades and all of you start to get lazy and all of you start to post less, that's it. It's over for me. It's over for me and, whatever I wanted to create. I need you guys. I need every single one of you. And I have no problem with saying that. I am a one-man army. I have no problem with saying that either. But I still need you guys. I absolutely do need you guys. So yeah, show out. My birthday's in a couple days. Listen, we got to do this. We got to make this happen.
Don't want nobody force trading, over trading.
Correct. Exactly. Yes. That's why we want to take a break here, because you had a couple trades in the morning, Louis. A couple good trades, right? Now you got a couple more trades that, of course, are on the board. Now we let them sit for a second. We let them sit. We let them rock. We'll see what today has for us in terms of upside or downside. So far, you fell down to 641, and you ran up to 644. You're still stuck inside your original idea of consolidation. So nothing has changed, really. We still are on track with predicting everything perfectly, besides the fact that, again, you wanted to run up to 644, which is in the table of, it's kind of like in the cards, because it's just in the middle. 644 all the way down to 641. It's just all middle zones. That's what we don't care about. We want to see the actual bottom, which is 640, 639. If not, I want to see us go above 645, and then we'll play the calls going up higher. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. See how I react to that. I ran up too far for me to actually jump in the car. I feel like everybody's going to run if they start hitting. They still got that fear. September.
Exactly.
Right now, they're going to be the market been greedy ladies. Once it start falling, watch how fast it falls.
That's very important. That right there, Louis. Wow, that right there, the speed is everything, because the speed tells you everything.
It takes the stairs up. It takes the stairs up and the elevator down. You know what I mean? That's how it's called. Like, it's always going to collapse faster than it was built. But I'm there. I'm good. I feel like I'm in a good spot. I got my foot is basically free, and I still got a little bit of profit. I had it down so I get my foot is dropping value like I put on it like down. It ain't even down 50% yet. So I ain't got no interest in down. I had to get down yet. Just stay this time. Mikey, what's up with you, man? How you doing, man? Good day going? He's still on that road. Anybody else got any ideas or anything that we ain't heard? Y'all might have been up found. You know what I mean? They found the path, they found a good trade, good area. Y'all ain't paying attention, y'all locked in.
Literally, exactly. I think Mikey, I forgot, what was Mikey? I think Mikey was, I think he's working right now. I think he might be driving the truck.
Yeah, that shit rough. The delivery, I mean, he'll have time, but yeah, I already know. I got my boy, man, one of my best friends drives truck. It's rough. You never know what these people on the highway be doing, man. Some of these people be acting like you can just brake like a regular car. You in the truck, man. You can't really brake like that. You burn that shit up.
I saw this video the other day, and it was so sad. It was this guy, he just made an improper turn. And because he made an improper turn, with a semi-truck, he ended up, with a bad situation on his hands. A couple poor people. Yeah.
Yeah, you made it sound like it was just an improper turn. He was driving on the wrong side of the highway.
Yeah, it was just... No, he was? I thought he was driving on the right side, and he tried to make a left turn, like going around like the median.
Yeah, he was on the right side. He tried to do a U-turn to get back on the right side of the road.
Yeah, on the other... No, he was on the right side, I think. Was it in the UK? I think it was in the UK, right? Or was it somewhere else? Let me check.
What I'm talking about was this is in America. Yeah, the family was in a van, man. They ran right up under his trail and killed everybody.
Was it a black car?
No, this is exactly a truck. This is a semi.
But in terms of the truck that hit them, the car that hit the semi.
It was silver or black. It was mangled, man.
Yeah, that's terrible.
They were just making a issue about it because they was like, he shouldn't even have CDLs. Like, he because he didn't know English at all. He didn't understand any of the, like, he didn't know any of the traffic laws. That's why I heard about it was like an issue that they could let anybody get too good.
There was also one more individual that I had to, let me see.
We got action. See the red. Let's see if everybody jump ship. $6.24. Bottom. S&V. Heading to the quarter point. Okay. No, that's a mid point. Think he's gonna bounce off the midpoint?
For the CS zones, the one thing that I love to look at is I like to see just how it reacts to the top side. So when you first usually see it react like this and it doesn't want to jump above it, you normally will get a nice little downtrend here. So this looks still like it's going to start falling in, into our laps is how it looks. Of course, we still need to allow this to actually, take some time, consolidate a little bit, go up and down. Maybe it bounces above the box a little bit. But again, in terms of what this has done so far, it just looks like you're going to fall right back down to the low, 642. And if we could fall to this low, we could just throw in another $5, $10 option into the call side. However, considering yesterday and how you went much lower, truthfully, I would tell you guys just wait till you fill the gap. Wait till you fill the gap, and then when you fill it, we'll start getting some more 5-day and 6-day calls. For now, we're just playing it really patiently. We're going to average down whenever we need to. And we already bought a contract over here. We average down right here. Like literally right around here, we average down. So all we want to see is you potentially fall down right back to the low. We'll sell out for a W. And then we'll see if we're going to hop into the calls. If not, we'll see if you're going to fall below the 200. And then we'll buy some calls below it. So a couple different ways this is going to, kind of play out here. In terms of, again, the midpoint, you do have the opportunity to measure the bottom of the trend. So remember, this is another way that we also show you how to trade the market. You always want to measure the bottom to top and find this midpoint. Is that what you were referring to, Louis? Or was it the midpoint of the consolidation zones? Which version of DARP? Is it a weekly, monthly? Like, for example, this right here on this chart? Weekly? Okay, perfect. Like, for instance, this chart right here is the monthly. So this is the chart that goes down to 480. And yeah, you almost hit 644. You almost hit the 132 point. When you open up this morning, you hit the 164th point. I want to see you personally hit the 116th point all the way down here. So again, we want to see you fall down to the 116th and then right back up, ladies and gentlemen, to the next 116 point, which is going to be potentially right back up towards 655. So yeah, if you fall down to 639, what that would mean is that now you're capable of running up to 655 within the next couple of days in terms of upside. So as you fall down, as you consolidate, as you start to hold and potentially show greater signs of upside, at the same time, our brains are calculating how high the market can go because you already know. How do you know? Just got to use equal reaction, simple concept. For example, when you hit 649, you fell straight down to 634, right? If you just take a zone from the top of up here, just like this, to down here, all the way to the absolute bottom, just like that. And then you take that same zone and you copy it right on top, just like that. That's how high you can go now, which is 664. And again, most people, they won't believe that. Most people, they'll look at that and be like, that's impossible. That's not going to happen. And when it does happen, they have no options to basically play the upside. On our hand, we know that that's going to happen. It's just a matter of choosing the best option to hold within the next couple of days so we can get some good profit. That's pretty much all. Oh my God, you said your wife had your card yesterday, Cody. Gotta make sure you're watching her. Make sure she doesn't get crazy with it. You know, I can't wait for that to happen. Oh man, let me tell y'all. It brings some enjoyment to the whole entire dynamic of what this is. We're still looking for more downside here, so if you got some puts at the top and this is the first time you bought the puts, there you go. Right on the perfect level, which is reversal point number 2. All these levels in the middle, they're just going to be a mess. Just consolidation. So we're looking for the greater level, which is 645, or we're looking for 640, 639 for the downside. All right, everybody, I'm going to give you your time here. Cody, I'm going to send you everything you need to have for the Discord. I didn't actually expect it to let you join so quickly. What in the world? How did you join so quickly? Usually it takes people like 30 minutes, an hour. But I'm going to send you some stuff, Cody. And then tonight we're going to have a conversation. Just let me know whenever you have time. And we'll break down some more ideas. Honestly, you guys are absolutely amazing. I appreciate you guys. Let me tell y'all. Yo, let me tell you, Cody, I was looking at some of his ideas, and like before I actually started commenting a lot more in the community for Mumu, I was noticing that Cody, like he was hitting those ideas like right on the point, like right on the dot. So I'm happy, Cody. If I could be of any assistance to take you to the next level, you already know I'm fired up. So tonight, again, you let me know whenever you have time. We'll think of a plan in terms of how much profit you need to make for the next month, and then we'll go from there. Again, the way I plan with each and every single person is all different. Everybody gets their own experience. Everybody's going to be able to create their own Discord, because just in case you do join my Discord, the simple fact that you joined is enough for me to tell you you can have all the information here. This is all yours. It is not my information. It is all your information, everybody. Culinary, you said it's at the 15-minute 200 moving average right now. Let's go take a look. Let me go see what you're talking about. 200 on the 15-minute. Yeah, you did. You hit it perfectly. All right, Culinary. So what are you thinking?
That was like 15 minutes ago.
You're still here right now. So what are you thinking?
What I'm thinking is, I'm thinking a drop to 642 around there.
Okay.
So if we're talking equal reaction,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking
Equal reaction upon what exactly? The weekly boxes, reversal points.
yeah. If we're talking equal reaction, then 641.37.
641.37. Let me track that down. 641.37. That's going to be right around here. That is going to be almost a perfect reaction from the opening price. So yeah, that would be a really good level to hit. Because you did go further here to the upside, and then we averaged down. And then right now, let's go take a look at our options. This is going to absolutely blow our account up. I'm just letting you know. Just because of this one trade, we're most likely going to get to like around... How much profit? So if we fall to 639, I'm going to have $600 of profit by just playing a couple contracts, just 8 contracts in total, which is just about $84. So from $84, we're going to turn it into $500 the second you hit 639, which is in range, in profit. And all we got to do is fold our hands and just patiently wait here, everybody. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, we'll take the $80 loss. We'll make it back by the end of the day. And then we'll go forward. So culinary, in terms of downside, if you pass 641, what's the next level? What are you looking for?
If we pass 641, we'll most likely fill a gap at 640, 640, 16.
Yep.
And if that's the case, it usually goes a little bit further down. Looking at reversal point number 4, which is at 639.72.
Right by it. Excellent. Those are honestly amazing levels right there. So if everybody heard him loud and clear, you're looking for reversal point 4, and at the same time, you're looking for the equal reaction on the weekly boxes. So you're going to use both of them at the same time while also using the CS zones because they're a different trading style, and you're using the daily DARP. We have 3 trading styles on the screen at the same time right now, everybody. This box right here, I'm going to change it to the yellow color just so you all can acknowledge it as something different. And then the green boxes are, of course, something different in themselves. Let's actually make this a little bit more yellow. And with this yellow box, you're going to have a halfway point. That halfway point is what we're looking for in terms of downside. If you hold on top of it, you're going to bounce up higher. If you fall below the midpoint, you're going to go to that new low. So the first major area is the midpoint. Right there. Thank you, Williams. I appreciate your comment. However, just due to the fact that we don't like discussing certain groups of people here, I will not be discussing certain groups of people. Williams, I'm sure you're going to understand. It's nothing against your comment. You don't need to apologize. It's just how we're going to go forward here. So again, Williams, I appreciate your comment. I appreciate you for trying to help another individual in the community. But we're not going to talk about other communities. That's the one thing we're not going to do here. The only person I'm fine with talking about is Stock Market Live, which is this individual right here. If every single one of you want to subscribe to him. He's the only person that I will ever tell you to subscribe to because he's the only person that's true. Stock Market, everybody else is a fake. Unless I've watched them and I've considered them being actually truthful. But this guy right here, he's the only person I would watch. He's live right now. Whenever I'm not live, you should always watch this guy here. Everybody else, I don't pay attention to them. You shouldn't pay attention to them because they're just all nonsense. 99% of these people, truthfully. So he's a good person. You can also watch Warrior Trading. He is one of the best stock traders in the world. You can watch him as well. I love his content. I trust every single thing he does because I've watched him for years. The next person is going to be Trades by Matt. He's a futures trader. He's usually live every single day, but not all the time. This is also a very, very excellent trader. He's like number 5 in the world right now. And then, of course, you have some other people that are outside the country that don't really speak English that well. Or they probably speak English well, but I just don't know of them. They're just in different countries. Those traders, I won't really say nothing about because, again, I don't know nothing about them. In terms of the U.S., these last 3 people I listed, that's the only people I want you watching. If it's anybody else, I don't want you to learn from me. Because these other people, they're going to try to mold your mindset, flip your mindset, play with your mindset, toy with your understanding, toy with your personality, toy with everything you have just so they can claim something for themselves. That's how they are. I hope you see that. And if you don't see it, I hope one day you do see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the midpoint. We're almost at the midpoint. This is amazing. This is absolutely phenomenal. Everything we said this morning looks like it's coming into fruition. We did average down. We did go up 30%. We did hold it. We went down a lot. Now we're right back to break even. And I would say the next goal, honestly, right here is to sell these contracts because the break-even price is around $10. I want to see if we could sell these at maybe potentially like $80 each from $10. That's what I'm thinking right now. Again, that's how I'm thinking. Now let's check the actual analysis. Let's see if... Okay, so if you hit 639 flat, we're going to be up $800. We have 8 contracts, so yeah, each contract's going to be at $100 each from $10, so that's going to be 1,000%. Just like that, everybody. As long as you can fall down to 639 flat. So if you fall to 639.80, let's see how much we would make. Because you got to be real. You can't just give yourself one measurement. 639.80 would equate to about $60 to $40 each contract, which is not bad. That's not bad at all. That's crazy how fast it's going to change. So by the time you actually go to 649.80, you're going to be up $500, and by the time you drop 70 cents, you're going to be up another $300. That's absolutely wild. That's the effect of going in the money. That's why when we play options, the first thing you must do every single day is track down what's the upside, track down what's the downside, have a plan for both sides before the market even opens up, just like how I told you all yesterday. We're going to play calls in the beginning of the day, then puts right after that to the 200. And we're still playing puts to the 200. Then when you drop below the 200, we're going to play some calls going up higher for 650 and for like 644, 645s. We just got to wait for it. Allow it to consolidate. The fact that it ran up the way it did, and the fact that you might have the opportunity to fall down below the 200 still, this is going to be a smashing hit. Let me tell you, just like last night, this is so insane. If it happens, I don't want it to happen right now, honestly. I'd rather it go against us. I'd rather this be a harder situation for us to handle because then we become a better trader. That's the one thing that most people don't like to do and like to hear. But that's the one thing I love about this market. It gives you the opportunity to become better every single day. And becoming better becomes addicting. Let me tell ya. It becomes very addicting. It's like every single day, the only thing you want is to become better. I wish more people on YouTube taught people in a way where they would want them to become better. They don't want them to become better than them. Come on now. They're scared of you guys. They're scared of your potential. Because all it takes is one of you to wipe them clean off the map. So of course they're not going to try to help. Of course they're going to always want you to feel like you got to, go to them and need them. But for me, that's not what I want here. For me, I want you to understand that by the time you're here for a week or a month, even if you're just on a YouTube, you should make enough capital so that you don't have to actually watch somebody or pay for somebody ever again. You don't need to pay for somebody. It's only if you want to pay for somebody, if it's actually worth it. The worth, that's the most important thing, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure that you're paying attention to every single person you watch, every single person that, guides you. Because a lot of them, again, don't have your best interest at heart. Other than that, the market is falling perfectly down on top of the yellow zone here. So it is becoming an opportunity for the upside. Let's look at the calls. Look at the calls for SPY real quick because you might hold on this yellow box here. The yellow box, what it means is basically calls 5 days out. That's what the yellow box means. That's like the simplest terms that I can explain it to everybody. It's kind of like a visual thing, You just visually watch it hit the yellow. You visually sell out. You visually buy into a call. All robotic. Nothing emotional. Again, all robotic. Give me 1 second. The bunny is running up the staircase. Oh, God, she's going to snap her neck. Give me 1 second. Guess what, everybody? I snuck away and got some food. You won't believe it. We're up 53% here. You guys could put your stop losses. We have 8 contracts, so we're going to have to put our stop loss, unfortunately, because we got a little too many contracts, but that's all right. We'll make sure our next trade is even better. So again, everybody, we're putting our stop losses here. We're making sure we at least claim this 50% gain. And then we're going to be on our way back into the call plays. How's everybody's day so far? All right, everybody, we sold it. Calls now. Go, 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 go. Hunt down the calls. Which calls are the best calls, everybody? What do you think? I'm thinking about an $8 option for $6.45. Boom. Bought one right there. $6.45 option, everybody. $6.45 0-day option, just $8 each. Just buy a single one. Don't buy multiple, please. Please don't do that to yourself. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to hold this option. If you continue to fall here, just allow it to fall. It's all right. What I want to see is you run up to the top now. We're going to sell this option out the second you hit the top point. We're not going to hold it. We're going to sell it out instantly. And we're going to absolutely dice up this market. I'm telling you guys, just wait. Just wait and see. You got to believe. You got to believe, ladies and gentlemen. You got to believe. Come on now. 54% profit. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Across the board. Full confidence. Were we worried? Maybe for a second. Now I'm playing. Imagine. Never worried. Come on now. There's no need for that. That's just extra emotion wasted. Even if the market falls lower, are we going to be mad that we sold early? Are we going to be mad that we could have held it? Are we going to be... No. No. What are you doing? Why are you going back and forth? That's it. You accept it. Come on now, everybody. You do not backtrack on your word. You do not backtrack on your ideas. Unless they're up 50%. Because up, 50%, that's a really good percent. Let's be honest here. You have $1 million in the market and you're up 50%. You're up $500,000. To me, that's a good amount. That's a real good amount.
Must admit, my profit on that last trade wasn't as glorious as y'all, but I didn't do any down cause average. I just took 20% on mine. I'll take it though. On to the next.
There we go, Louis. Back and forth, back and forth. Back and forth, ladies and gentlemen.
Kind of came to the conclusion, man. I'm not going to sit around and wait for a 100% gain. If it happens, it happens. But for now, I'm just going to take my little 20% gain. 20, 30, 40. Take it. You know what I mean? Eventually, it'll get to 30, 40, 50. 40, 50, 60. 60, 70, 80. But right now, you got to crawl before you can walk. I'm just trying to stay profitable on all my trades.
That's going to be the one reason why you hit $1 million here shortly, Louis.
You know, you're going to get there, and then everybody will say, man, I told him he was only taking 40%. We was getting 80 and 90. What, Rome wasn't built in a day.
We had some of you saying you was worried as hell. Come on now. We don't have time for being worried about stuff like that. If you're worried about stuff, you will never be a great trader. You have to completely eliminate the worry. There's no such thing as worry. We know what the market's going to do. We know what the market's capable of. So we just got to give it some time. We know. We're not here to convince ourselves anymore. We're not here to try to make it make sense with ourselves anymore, because ourselves, we obviously know. This is all the middle term. Anything can happen around here, which is why I decided to get a call now instead of us just waiting for it to drop to the low point, which is when I originally told everybody to buy calls. We got it here instead because you do have an opportunity to hold. And that's only a situation that has occurred through the market actually moving side to side within the last hour and a half. So it's something new. It's something we didn't see this morning at the open. And again, if you continue to fall, perfect. Absolutely perfect. We only have a single $8 trade. But if you run up, how much is this $8 trade going to be worth? It's going to be worth around $100. So there's no risk here. This is all free now at this point. So you said a 5-day call here? Absolutely not. Do not get a 5-day call here, everybody. You need to fill the gap before you get a 5-day call, and then I'll let you guys buy some 5-day calls. For now, do not buy a 5-day call. I don't care if the market runs up to 690 tomorrow and we're at 640. It is not logical. You must wait. And again, I'm saying that because it's just the most logical thing to do in just this situation right here. Not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be too overly blunt. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to be straight up. Give it to you as is. And then you make the decision. You see what you want to buy. You see what you want to... You see if you still want to buy. Maybe some of you might still want to buy that 5-day call. And if you do it, take your notes. Write it down. If you buy a 5-day call today and I told you to wait a little bit longer, you might be right and I might be wrong. That might be the way this is going to play out. And if it does play out like that, as long as you take your notes, I'm happy with it. This is not a competition. This is a matter of you figuring out this market so that you can change your life, so that you can give yourself unlimited freedom. That's what this is about. So, yeah, everybody, just take your time. You're holding a runner for the possible gap fill, but you took 100% from buying from the top. Excellent. So you literally bought at the time that I averaged down. That's when you bought. And then you had 100% when I had 50%. Perfect, everybody. Remember, that's always the best way to trade. Let me buy something first, and then let me tell you I'm averaging down, and you buy in the first time I'm averaging down. If that's the first time you buy, you will always have an A+ setup every single time. You just got to buy when I average down. So make sure you just hear out for that. Of course, it's going to be a little harder for the people on YouTube. But yeah, I'll make sure I'm loud. I'll make sure you all can hear me. That's pretty much all, you know? That's really it. Just gotta be loud. How's everybody doing on the YouTube, though? We have 41 people here right now. This is the most amount of people we've ever had, I think. I could be wrong. So what is everybody thinking? Everybody's making money over there? What's going on? What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? In terms of the Discord, let's see the profit here. Trade number 5, Louis.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the $8, man. I'm just chucking that in the air. We see what it do. Maybe it starts flying. Maybe it get $8. It's only $8. And the potential is bad.
It's like out of this world right now because of the market moving so slow today. As the market moves slower like this, look at yesterday. Does yesterday look anywhere near like how it does today? And of course the answer is no. So if that's the answer, the first thing you kind of want to wait for is the market to literally just kill the value. Go up, go down, go all around. By the time it hits 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, even if the market's consolidating, it doesn't matter. We're still going to probably get 100% to 1,000% trade just like yesterday. Just like we called it yesterday, we're going to do it again today. Watch. You just got to take your time. Do not rush it.
Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of close. Maybe yesterday minus 15 minutes. Let's get it done before the market closed.
I'm jumping off no silo. Off the last stop. But call me. That's for real work. I'm only in one trade and it's cost me $9. Same $8 trade that he got. I think it's 645.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely excellent, Mikey. There we go. Come on now. There we go, Mikey. I'll catch you in a bit, brother. Your name is so funny. How to videos? Wait, how to guy videos? That name is amazing. Okay, so the next account we're going to trade with, because we traded with the mid-size account, we did pretty well with that. We're going to trade with the $4 account. We're going to try to see if we could take this account. Yesterday it was at $4. Today you're at 20. Let's see if we could take this thing to, off the top of my head, let's see, $70. $70 I would be happy with. I think we could turn it into $200 though. I think we could turn $15 into $200, everybody. We're going to save it though. We're going to, buy it at the best time possible. We're going to really wait. We're going to really be patient. And as long as we do that, just like yesterday, we're going to have a better setup. So yeah, we're going to save that account for later. You're trying to get yourself, you're trying to get my war room set up for a third. For trading in your 3D printers. Oh man. I can't wait because one of the ideas that I have for the school that we're going to be building in the next couple months here, and Sherman, excellent trades, Sherman, by the way. Absolutely excellent. You've been killing the market yesterday. You've been killing it today. Absolutely amazing. You started with a very cheap account, and you're already at $65. Couple more days of you just trading 20% like that, you're going to be at 200, 300, 400. Before you even know it, you're going to be making 500 to 1,000 per day with the same account that you started with just $4. That's the best part about this. I don't know what amount you started with, Sherman, but I think it was like 30, if not 20. If you started with 4, that is amazing. And you're at 60 already? Absolutely amazing. Not just amazing. That's phenomenal. Looks like the market's weakening a tiny little bit here, everybody. The options are up about 5%, I think. 5-10%. Nothing too major yet. Actually, they're up 20% here. It's not bad. 20% for that little play. We're not going to sell here. What I'm looking for is I want to sell this $8 option out at... Drum roll, please. You guys get tired when I say that? All right, so for the 645 option, the 645 call, I think we could sell this for, what did you hit? 644. I think we could sell this for $60 flat. So currently it costs $8. I'm not too sure how much of a multiple that is. I think that's like times 7 or something, times 6, somewhere around there. Doesn't really matter, but that's generally what I'm thinking first for now. Give it 30 minutes, and then you're going to cut it in half. So again, within 30 minutes, if you do not hit that goal, you're going to cut the goal in half, and then you're going to cut it in half every 30 minutes. We've only done a small move today, and you've chosen the downside first. Then you really chose the upside in terms of the midday move to like 11 o'clock, right? And we were wrong, everybody. We were wrong. Loud and clear, ladies and gentlemen. If you can all hear me, we were wrong. And that's not a bad thing. It happens. What's the one thing we did to make ourselves right? We averaged down up here, and we sold out at 50% by the time you fell right here. So we were wrong. We were up 30%. We held it. You don't want to hold it. There's no need to hold it. You then went up to only $10 from, $30 each down here. Like it was around $30 to $40 down here. Then you went down to $10, and then you went right back up to 20 here. So that's the power of, always saving yourself. Even when you make a mistake, you never really truly make a mistake as long as you're following it. You can always average down and always bounce back. I'm telling you, that's the only reason why I turned my account from 3,000 to 100K within my first month of options trading. It wasn't because I was this great trader. It was because I was averaging for my life. If it wasn't for averaging down, I would have never went to 100K. I would have been done within a week or two. I would have lost everything. But with averaging down, it's like it changes everything. Big money does not look to buy something at $50 and then sell it for 60. Big money is looking to buy something at 50, average down at 10, then sell it for 40. They're not looking for you to run up higher sometimes. Sometimes they're actually buying in at a level for them to average down. Does that make sense? It's kind of like the opposite. When you look at the market and you start to pay attention to short-term movement, it kind of makes perfect sense, which is why I said that. Is it the actual conclusion of how this market runs? Probably not. But is it what I've seen? In my opinion, yes. So if you guys want to pay attention to that as well, just track it. See how fast the market moves up and down. See when you buy something at $50. Watch how the market drops you to $20 and then runs right back up to 40. Most of those people, they just bought more contracts at 20, average down. Now their average is at 30. So by the time they run to 40, they're already up. They're already profiting. And that's the best part about it. Okay, so remember what I said earlier, everybody. The market now fell right back down to the bottom of the CS zone. We're looking for this run right back up to the high. Hit 645. If not, fall right back down and hit number 4 at the bottom, which is 639. When it falls below 641.20, which is this line that's just going like straight across everything, we're going to start to get some downside. You just got to watch this orange line right here. That's the only thing that's dangerous. I could definitely see you fall into the orange line, holding, bouncing up, then falling down lower. So what you could do is wait for the market to fall down lower, hit the orange line, bounce up, and then buy some puts right here. If the market wants to go lower. All right, everybody, I'm running away. I'm running away and you can't stop me. You got to try to find me. Survive, everybody, survive. You got 30 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Let's see what you guys come up with.
Gonna put this out there, man. I think this shit is gonna just fall off a cliff in the next 30 minutes. That's what I'm seeing.
That's all I'm going to say. The way you just said that, Louis, yo. That was like perfect comedic timing right there.
Hey, I'm watching it, man. It done been down here. It done made us run up. I think it's going down, man. I think it's finna see it fall off a cliff. I'm watching it close though, man, because I'm gonna grab a put if it drop down to 642.
The puts are dropping in value massively. I would just like to say that, everybody. All right, I'm disappearing again.
That's exactly what I was looking at. I'm thinking if the 640 get down to $10, I'm buying it. 640 put for 10, I need that. Anybody cooking up something good, man? Y'all got any trades? Any good trades that y'all see happening that y'all working on? Both mine getting chopped up, man. I'm like just down a buck on each one. It's kind of sitting still. Ain't making no real move for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now Power Hour. Are you ready for this? Make sure you strap yourself inside the vehicle at all times. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, ladies and gentlemen.
I ain't breaking nothing. Yeah.
So we just recently got into a call. I'm sure everybody else on the Discord has already seen it, but we got into a 342 call, and we're looking for the market to basically hit 644, pretty much 644, 643. It's not like an end of the day move, but we kind of want it to happen during the last, you could say, 30 minutes to an hour. If you just continue to go down all day, just let it happen. It's all good. At about 3:55, we'll see if we're gonna buy some 1-day calls, right? Because you fill the gap. At least on. Let me show you. Let's go to the 5-minute. Give it 1 second. There you go. So again, you pretty much filled this bottom little quadrant right here. That's not something you really necessarily need to fill because it was something you hit, you know, right around this area here, right before the close, a couple minutes right before, right? So what could be happening right now is you're just in the midst of, you know, the consolidation trend. We told everybody in the morning, you want to play puts to the 200. So that's of course downwards. And then on the 15, you ended up hitting the 200. Then you finally hit the 200. Then you broke through it. And then we told everybody the second you get beneath those lines, specifically the red line, you're going to play some calls bouncing right back up. And all we want to see is just simple consolidation. We don't even need to go higher. All I want to see is 642, 643, somewhere around here. And in the meantime, what we could do is go right here. You said it would make your day, Louis?
Yeah, that'll make all my plays profits, man. I still got the 645. I average down. I'm at like 5 cents, $5 a contract. All I need to do is get the 642, man. 642, 643. I'll be able to get out of here.
Let's do it.
I don't think it's gonna run up like it did yesterday, man. It really has those little end of day rallies 2 days in a row.
Exactly correct. That's the correct way to look at it. But you could still get 2 days, you know, moving the same way. And since today didn't really have any type of bullishness, like not really anything, honestly, you filled the gap. So let's just see. Maybe the market wants to get a little spicy here. And if it still stays all the way down here by the end of the day, it might mean something else is occurring in the market. So I'm waiting for my phone to turn on, and then we're going to start looking at some 1-day calls. Actually, wait a second. I could open up Webull here. Let's just start looking at them now. How's everybody's day, though?
I don't know, they're kind of quiet. You are the personality of the room, man. Fuck. Machine acting up. Figure out what's going on.
Louis, I have one question for you.
What's up?
You told me earlier before I left that you were going to get a 640 for $10. Did you buy it?
Oh, the 640?
Yeah.
Oh, I did make some money. I ended up getting it for 15, and I ended up selling it for, I think, I don't know, I gotta look. Yeah, I bought it for 15, man. I bought that ride up, yeah.
Excellent.
Just because, yeah, I ended up getting it. It wasn't moving. I said I needed to drop a little bit further.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what.
How in the world did we just go from 5 viewers back to 20? How did it?
Back in here.
What just happened? It just everybody just multiplied. Go in there.
Yeah, they just waiting on you, man.
Let's take a look here. Let's see what's going on. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. It is the last hour of the day.
I hit 639 for it about 3 times a day. Maybe that's what the one was. I hit 639 for 3 times. I don't know, man. Waiting on that 645. I can cash out right now. I can take $6 off. You know, keep like lottery tickets.
Oh, for the 645s? Now, yeah. 645s is definitely a really good area. That's definitely an area I think we're going to hit tomorrow. So if we look at tomorrow's options real quick, the 645s are only $30. Let's see how they were moving all day today. So this morning you hit 29. Oh, no, you were higher. You hit 90, then fell down to 30, ran back up to 130, fell back down to 30. Looks like you're holding that 30 now.
I bought down to 645 like 30 minutes ago.
Sorry, say that again, Cody?
Yeah, I bought two 645s like 30 minutes ago, and they're up right now.
That's excellent, bro. Hell yeah. I think, let me see something real quick. I think the option we just bought not too long ago, yeah, it still has a lot of value to it. Like really good value. So we're still holding the 645 contract. I bought one at $8. We still have one right now at $2. We're still holding it. And then we have a single option. Snapchat's blowing up again. That's crazy. You're already up 30%. So Snapchat's going up crazy. DJT is at $7 for a 926 option. 926 is only 23 days away from now. So the strike price is 22. The current price is $16. Let's go take a look at it. I think we might just buy more DJT here. Especially because of Trump. It might be a really good idea. Let's see. After the day is done today, what we're going to do for the next 5 hours is we're going to start to plan all of our next entries for the oversold plays. Stuff like DJT, stuff like Snapchat. We'll see if we could plan more entries for everybody else who didn't get into the entries we have. Just in case they want to tag along. Now DJT is... It kind of resisted off of that little wedge you have right there. That yellow line. Like this right here. As you can see. Which means if it's going to resist off that wedge, you could fall straight down to here. $15 or $14. The lowest this thing hit was $11 when? September of 2024. That was right before. Yeah, look at that shit. That's crazy. Look at that. $11. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. $11 straight up to $57. So let's say something like that is definitely going to happen again. It's either going to be this big in terms of 36. It's either going to be that big in terms of 54 or around the 60s. And all of our strike prices are for low 20s, which is perfect. So what I think we should do here is let's average down on these plays right now because they cost us, we paid for the first one at 36 and right now they cost $7 each. So again, I'm going to buy a single one at $7. Where the hell is the price? 07. Okay, we bought another one for DJT. Okay, so we brought our average down for DJT. We then have Unity, which is currently around $4 right now. Let's see if we could buy one more for Unity. When does this expire? This expires September 19th. We might need more time on this. Let me see. You're at $39 right now. We have 16 days of time still. These could still come into lots of profit. It's just we gotta be very patient here. Let me see something. 37 days out for the same put that I have. How much this thing costs? It's not bad. Yeah, I think we're gonna stick with our strike price. And I think what we're going to do is not average down just yet. Because we already averaged down. When was the last time we bought one? Let me see. The last time we bought one for Unity was right there and then right there. So last time we bought it was... First time we bought it was 20. Second time we bought it was 12. And then currently right now as we speak, let's see if we could buy another one for 4. If it lets us buy it for 4, then alright, we'll buy it. Alright, we bought it. Okay, so we bought another one for 4. Bringing our average down again. Now our average is down to 12. DJT, our average went from, what was our average before? 36, and now our average is currently 23. So it was 36 before, now it's 23. For Unity, the average before was 20 something, now it's only 12. Averaging down wherever we can, right? Now for the other SPY call that we bought into a couple seconds ago, let's go take a look at it. Right now you're at $8, $9, $8, $9. Still consolidating here. Let's go ahead and make the rest of your CS zones. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. So these are all your zones in terms of, again, CS zones. Let me make these blue here. There we go. So again, when you had this midpoint today, you ran, straight past the midpoint, you hit it, you fell below it, ran up to it, hit it like 3-4 times here, and now you're right back down to the bottom. Of course, if you then duplicate this trend, which was the initial yellow box that we had from this morning, look how crazy this is. So that next midpoint almost perfectly lines up with the price action right now, and it wouldn't surprise me if the market wants to actually fall down to this midpoint before it actually allows you to go back up higher. So in the midst of it, you're just going to keep killing value, which means we're going to let these contracts keep dropping, honestly. Let them keep dropping. If these contracts drop to like $4, $3, we're just going to buy another one. And if we lose $3 to $4, it's all right, everybody. It's all right. We're perfect. We still have plenty of profit. We also funded pretty much every single one of our other accounts they were at, that we weren't using. Like they were pretty much, they had nothing in it. So we just funded everything. Now every single account, all 40 accounts have a small amount of capital. Some have larger amounts of capital. But we're just going to go one by one. And by the time we hit September 15th, let's see how much accounts we can actually grow. Because we could do about 1 to 2 accounts per week in terms of getting it to $1,000. But I've never done like 20, 30 accounts. I haven't done that in like a little while. So yeah, let's see how this goes. Let's have some fun with it. So for the Unity and the DJT stuff, I posted it on Moomoo just in case you guys want to see it. So again, just in case you guys want to see the DJT stuff, these damn fruit flies. Go on the Moomoo, scroll down on my Moomoo post, and you'll be able to find the DJT stuff. And the reason why I say it like that is because I want you to find the actual listing of when I posted it so that you could see what's the insurance, how to average down, what we're trying to sell it for. Everything is just all there. Unity, Snapchat, every single one of our other plays. We posted everything there. For Target, we're looking at the 110s, but we still haven't bought nothing yet. This is going to be fun here. Let's see, what else can we do? We did everything we can in terms of buying these plays. the one thing I want us to do tomorrow is we're gonna play generally just a little bit more aggressive. 642s, they were at $200. I think we could sell the 642s that we bought for $15. Currently, right now they're at $8 and $7. I think what we could do here, this is my game plan, at least. I want to sell this for at least $60. We bought it at 15. I want to sell it for 60. It's going to pay for the other $8 option that we lost some capital on, which is perfect. And then it's going to leave us with some extra profit. So at $60, that's going to be the first area that I put my stop loss. And if it continues running up, the area that I'm going to completely sell out of is going to be 120. And this is for the 642 calls. Let me go ahead and start fixing up the Discord now. I got to start removing this information so we can have everything in the other server. By the way, Cody, we have another Discord where it contains basically all the information. Dividends, taxes, everything that one would need. I'm going to send it to you right now. Let me just find it real quick. I think I sent it. Oh, yeah, right here. Is it here? Yeah, it's here. What's going on, Mikey? What do you mean? SH.
It's not sure if you saw it, you know. Stuff about CPI and other stuff.
Yep.
Updated the other server. I was trying to help you out, you know, by copying it over for you. So I'm not sure if that's what you wanted, so I tried, you know.
No, I appreciate that, Mikey. Thank you for that. But on the other server, no, yeah, you won't have to do too much work, honestly. That right there is just gonna be all me. If you would like to add, you can add 100%. I have no problem with you doing that. Like for example, I gotta see. Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
But whatever you want me to do, you know, let me know still. I'll try. Whenever I have time, you know, I'll do what I can still.
No, I appreciate that, bro. I'll let you know if anything. For right now, honestly, there's nothing that we really had to do. Honestly, it's just, I mean, if you want, the one thing I do need is for some of you guys to go throughout the Discord and tell me what stuff you think helps and what stuff you think just point blank does not help you. And we'll just start reducing more and more of the information on the main server. Just so it's always, you know, kind of like pinpointing everything. Because there's a lot of information here, and I kind of want to make sure that it doesn't, you know, mess with somebody's head.
Yeah, for real. So like I said earlier this morning, I didn't get no more trade. I'm still in that $8 call. Jumping over from on it. Well, it's $10 really paid for it, but I didn't get in anything else. I just jumped up on the Discord to see what's going on. I overheard it saying like you got into 642 call. So.
Yep, so I got into a 642 call for 15. Currently, right now, it's at $7, and we're going to hold this for the end of the day move. We're looking for the same move as yesterday, but not as much. All we want right now, honestly, is just $1, $2. That's it. That's all we need. And we're perfectly in profit. You got it, Mikey. Let me post this before I forget. Okay, let's check how much this option's at. It's at $9. Let me see. Can I still buy on Webull? I think I can still buy on Webull up until 345. So let's see. If the move occurs before 345 and we run up, I'll just potentially get into another put with Webull, because we still have up until 345 before we can't buy no more. So we have plenty of time here. Another 24 minutes, pretty much. Okay, so we did everything we need to do in terms of the SPY. The one thing we did not do enough of is look at the whole entire market. Snapchat. You see that the 639 put was profitable, slow and steady. Working wonders. No, yeah, 100% every single time. My fault, I read that so slow. The YouTube chat is a little far away from me. But no, yeah, 100%. Literally 100%. It's crazy how Snapchat is, how it has the same value. You can't buy anymore. Let me see. Within 1 hour of expiration. I'll take a look right now, actually. Because usually they still let me buy, honestly, I think. Let me see if I could put an order in. Let's go to Webull. Let's go to here. We could just straight up use the other $4 account. That would be so funny if we blow it up again. Let's do that. Just because it would be funnier. Of course, safer as well, right? So let's look at the puts. And then I want to get a 639 put. Where are you right now? You're 640, 641.03. If we can get a 639 put for $4, and then the market potentially falls back down here. It's already at $4. It's about to be at 4, yeah. So let's see if we can get these for $4. So I would put this here. Let's go to my other account. Yeah, I can still put orders in right now. It could be just because of where you're at in terms of Canada, or in terms of where your origin is for signing up. That could be the case.
Yeah, I think it's because Canada regulation possible because of that. How it's set up there. Possible.
Yeah. So again, we already put our limit order. We got a 640 put, and we purchased, or we're trying to purchase it for $4. So we put an order in. So while this call makes money, we should be able to automatically buy that put at $4. So we don't even have to think about it. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. First goal right now is to make back that $8 we lost from that last trade, which was the trade that we bought right about here. We bought it right here at 642.30. So right now we're trying to play right back up to that same level. If that other contract, the first contract, gains some value, we could just sell it. Like, let's just say you actually start running up to 645. It could happen today. That would be so ridiculous. I'll probably just dolphin dive straight out the window. I'll be honest with you guys. You guys might finally see me do it. Today might finally be the day. I'm playing, of course. Imagine you just go straight through the window. That'd be so funny. We gotta do that one time, but we gotta stage it. Can't be real glass. Alright, so yeah, it's just a matter of time, really. You gotta take your time, everybody. This thing is either gonna run to the 200 moving average, or it's gonna run above. I think overnight, it's definitely gonna potentially run above higher. That's what I'm thinking right now. You're going straight to the 650s. So if you guys want to have something overnight, it's not a bad idea, but again, it's gonna be a little expensive. Just a little expensive. So make sure you go really light, and not only light just so you're buying something really far away, but really light in terms of the contract you're buying is still in range. A couple strikes out, not too far out. And that's all. That's all you got to do, everybody. So again, you know how we roll. We're waiting for 3:30. We're waiting for 3:55. We're waiting for 4 o'clock. Same exact situation as yesterday. Let's see if we can get this crazy 500% win again. It'll be so funny again, like I said. If it happens. Oh, man. Let's see. Our cards are on the table, ladies and gentlemen. We just gotta wait for that last card. Let's check Mumu. Yeah, these options are still at $10. So just in case I don't see it happen, I'm gonna automatically put my limit to sell this contract at $60. So 0.60. That's 560% from where we're currently at. So if you run up from here, and again, you run up just simply $1 more, just one more dollar, ladies and gentlemen. This contract's going to be up about 500 to 600%. So we'll give it some time here. Okay, so we want to sell that at around 60 to 120. That's what we told everybody earlier. The first 645 option, of course, is a little far still. However, it's in range. It's definitely in range, 100%. You can buy until 340. Yeah, so we still have some time. I hope the move occurs now so that we can get one more trade in.
You can buy a Weeble till 340.
340, 345. That's what somebody in the comments said.
I'm on that.
Yeah, that's the reason why I love it. Our option's already at break even again. Almost, actually. It's not break even. My bad. Yeah, we bought it at 15. That's why. Yeah. Okay. Because it was at 11. I was like, wait a second. We didn't have $11 on this account. This account we have, yeah, 23. We had 27, but then we took out $4 that we put initially into this account, and we threw it to another account. So then the other account that we have the $4 on, we're going to take that to $30, and then we're going to take the $4 out and throw it into the IRA account. And once all the Webull accounts are all littered with some good capital, in terms of just something that we could start with, we just need a little something. We don't need to ask for the world. We don't need to ask for something crazy. You can't buy anymore? Yeah, on Moomoo. Yeah, they don't let you buy. We got to find an app that allows you guys to trade around now, because these trades are awesome. So let's keep hunting down these apps until we can find one that actually works. Like TD Ameritrade, I think TD and Charles Schwab. Let me check something real quick. I haven't used that account in a little while here.
Yeah,
Charles.
they just send the new letters in the mail trying to give you the.
Yo, they be violating my mail, bro. Because I have 15 accounts with them. Yo, they be bugging when they send me mail. I could definitely see how they do that to you. Webull in Canada failed. Okay, so Webull failed. Mikey, can you trade on Fidelity or on Charles Schwab or no? I think Charles Schwab, they should let you trade. I remember I used to watch some Canadian. I completely forgot about these people. If you guys want to subscribe to another group of people who are really good with trading, live Trader TV, Live Trader TV. These people are also. Okay. So now, yeah, in terms of me learning how to trade, I only use that individual that somebody listed in the YouTube comments. Again, I only listened to that individual for about 2 to 3 days. If I show you the first account that I ever traded options with, and you see how I bought options, you would see that this person used to only go live on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And most of the money I used to make was on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So it's kind of funny how I even fact-checked it for myself before I said that, obviously. But no, yeah, I didn't really need anybody, honestly, when I first started options trading. I used, of course, advice. I looked at YouTubers, but none of their trading styles actually made sense to me. It was all just a bunch of hoopla. And of course, some of their trading styles work in certain regions and certain ways. But nah, yeah, I never really watched nobody. So truly, in terms of me becoming the trader I am today, it wasn't truthfully because of another person. It was all because of me. Truthfully. From the bottom of my heart, everybody. But yeah, I could see how other people are going to try to say that they helped me and how they did this. The only reason why they're going to say that is because I was helping out their whole entire communities for free for years. And I didn't need to do that, but I was trying to establish my name in the community and show people I knew what I was doing. And yeah, so I could see how he would say that. That's funny. Little rat blocked me on Patreon. That's what I'm saying. I hope nobody mentions my name in terms of that group. I don't want anything to do with that group. It's just, you know, you can only help people with such a good heart before people just start doing dirt. You know, they start throwing dirt on you and they start violating you and putting you down as if you're nothing. And little do they know, they don't even know what they're doing themselves. Just because they know how to, you know, do a little bit of something doesn't mean they know everything. They just know a little something. They just got a niche. Here, on the other hand, we're truly trying to teach an individual how to trade for themselves fully, properly, and independently. And that's what changes stuff. That's what's the difference. So yeah, that's why I don't like talking about other people. That's why I don't say their names no more, because they're not even worth my breath. But yeah, I did help their communities for years for free. And they used to get mad about that, just so you all know. Like, the people who are their moderators, all their moderators used to talk shit about me because I was predicting stuff and they couldn't understand how I was predicting it. They were just like, oh my God, where's your losses? Why doesn't he talk about losses? And I'm just like, bro, if you watched the live, you would see all the losses because I clearly state them out loud. If I don't have losses for a week straight, 2 weeks straight, that's because I'm not intending on having losses. I wasn't playing 0 days, or I wasn't playing something aggressive. It was something that was more neutral, something that was more easy to go your way. So yeah, it's just the way people are in this community is very uptight, very weird. They're all really weird. I'm telling y'all, like really weird. That's why I'm making sure that this community is just straight from the jump. You got the core motives, you got the core morals, you got ethics, you got our business plan for the next 5-6 years, you got the school we're trying to create. And again, not just a weak ass school that some of these people be creating, but a full building. That's what I want to create. Not to, you know, again, put these people down, but it's because they like to lie. They like to act like they're helping and act like they're building people, but they're really not. Nah, yeah, they blocked me because some female basically said that I was scamming the community because I had her on the $200 tier when she was only paying me, you know, $50. And because she was only paying me $50, I had her on something that was, you know, other people were paying me $200. The only reason why I did that was because she had ability. See, I like when a person has ability. I like when a person has skill. And then you know what she did? She started getting very emotional. She wanted her money back. And again, she only wanted her money back because I told her, because of the way you're talking to me, because of the way you're disrespecting me, I'm going to now have to put you back to the tier that you paid for, which was the $50 tier. And she starts going crazy, starts going wild, starts acting like I'm trying to one-up her. And I'm just like, you don't even understand what was going on. You don't even know the tier that you were on. You don't even know what you paid for. And you're trying to sit here and trying to act like I did something to you. And then you know what she did? She went into the other community, told everybody that I did something. And they just blocked me. They kicked me away from it. And I'm like, yo, what's good with y'all? I was helping y'all for free, unconditionally, because I wanted to. They did help me build my community in the beginning. They did. Because most of the members that were from my community was from that community. That's the one thing I am grateful for, was that I was allowed to actually post and publish my YouTube on that community. So I was thankful for that, of course. But the way that they try to, you know, flip the script, no. That ain't gonna happen to me. I already take the short end of the stick every single day. I'm not gonna continue to do it for nobody. So yeah, that's why I don't respect that person no more. I don't respect his group. I don't respect nobody that comes from him, nobody that's around him. A rotten apple is always gonna, you know, make the other apples around it rotten. So if I know that one person's bad and they all like each other, it obviously tells me that they're all probably bad. They're all probably sneaky and weird. Nah, yeah, I'm telling you, they're just weird. They just took advantage of me. They took whatever they had to. I helped him build his community, and then boom, just disperse of me, throw me away in the garbage. But that's exactly why this community is going to be the biggest. Just give it some time. Our options are up 150%. Just like that, everybody.
Start breaking out hard.
Go ahead and put your stop losses on. We're already in the money. We're already up 150%. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely amazing. Let's see if they could do that every single day. And the answer is no, they can't. And again, I don't say that in a cocky manner. I say that because they don't want to help people like this. They don't. So make sure you guys are opening your eyes. Make sure you're paying attention to who you're watching, because again, a lot of these people are dirty. They play dirty. And I don't have time to play with nobody, so yeah. Eventually, time will tell, right? Everything will come out at the end of the day. Everybody's going to see everybody's actions. And at that point, it's not for me to, give justice to something. It's not for me to put a person down or try to destroy their community or try to, I don't have time for that. But time will tell. Karma's a thing, Karma is a hell of a thing. Nah, it's good. That's what I get for trying to help people unconditionally without, trying to be a soft child. That's all it was. I was just trying to be nice. I was being too childish. I couldn't protect myself in terms of how I felt. In terms of my soft emotions, of course, right? Because again, I was trying to be really nice to this group. Everything I was saying was respectfully, and it's just like the way I am as a person. I'm a very blunt person. I don't talk like that. I don't gotta talk like that. I don't act like that. So it was already annoying for me to have to act a certain way because I was trying to always be super, super nice to them. But it's just like, yeah, all that stuff was worthless. That's what I'm telling you guys. If you're trying to build in my community, don't even worry about it. I will never say that I built you. I would never say that I helped you. Just like how he's trying to say that he helped me, I guess. Corny, I guess. But it's none of my business, But again, I would never say that. I don't got time to say and talk like that. I want you guys to build your own community. In fact, I'm going to be giving you my own students in the future. That's the plan here. That's the only way this makes it, this whole entire experience worthwhile. Everything else is just mundane. And by the way, just so you know, he makes about $4 million a year. So that's the reason why when he trades, he barely trades with no money. Is because, he makes, shit tons of capital other ways. And that's the reason why he doesn't, I don't know. He just doesn't care. That's the reason why he doesn't pay people. He just makes all the money himself. So it's kind of funny when you break down the numbers. That's what I'm telling you guys. Just pay attention, please. That's the reason why I'm so open. No, exactly. Like I said, time will tell. Time will tell. I got nothing to blame. I'm not trying to put somebody under the bus. I'm really not. Regardless if they see it or not. It has nothing to do with me no more. But yeah, time will tell. That's why I'm trying nonstop. That's why I'm, waking up at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. just like last night. And I'm staying up all night. Having one-on-ones in the morning. Having one-on-ones on the night. It's beautiful. It's literally the most beautiful thing I've ever been a part of. Is this right here. So, yeah, I'm happy. I'm excited for every single day. And that's pretty much it, everybody. That's the last thing I would have to say about that situation in particular. Other than that, let's get back into these trades here. Let's see what's going on. So again, you ran to $32, which was 150%. I think it was actually 130%, somewhere around there. It might have just flickered at 150. You can do it, Spy. You can do it. Come on, everybody. We got a chant for Spy. Let's put some music on. That's the one mistake we made yesterday. We had no music. I'm telling you, watch this. Watch how crazy this is. I learned this trick from another YouTuber. His name is Josh. Oh, looks like we bought the option for $4. So everybody, we got some insurance. We got the 640 put for $4. And we have a call right now. We'll take a look at this in just a second. I had to mute the YouTube, everybody. I had to mute the YouTube, but you'll hear it through my mic. I promise you. Oh my God, there's an ad. Give it 1 second. Wait, the music's low. There we go, everybody. There we go. Now I'm getting fired up. Come on, Spy. Don't play with me. Turn on the disco ball, everybody. Put on your roller skates. It's time. You know what time it is. There you go, everybody. There you go. You just got to feel it. We're already up on the put. 10%. I put a stop loss for the call right here for 642. So again, 642 calls. We made our money back. We're completely profitable today, everybody. Completely. We just have one loss. Just an $8 contract that went against us. Absolutely phenomenal. So again, that $4 account is already at $30. We're already up almost 1,000% here. There you go. Look at that. Bam! Bam! Come on now. Come on, you got a little bit more to go, Spy. Come on now. I feel it. You guys feel it too? How you guys doing back there? Come on, Louis. Let's get you that dollar. I want to see you up 100%, 500%. Let's do it. Excellent, bro. Hell yeah. There we go. Remember, we still have the 645 just in case you start running up for some odd reason. We're still holding on to it. That would be ridiculous if the market runs up to 645 here. It could happen. There you go. Look at that. 642 now, everybody. Move up your stop losses here. Contracts are now at... They're up 150% again. Phenomenal. That's what I'm talking about. Remember, put your stop losses just in case. The other SPY call is still at $1 for 645. This one might not come back into profit here. But let's just say it does. I'll be fine with selling them for $8, $10. I just want my money back. Get my $8 back. So let's see if we can sell it for $40. 645s. We're going to sell it for $40. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, ladies and gentlemen, so be it. Again, you're beautifully running up here now. Options went from $15 straight to $40 now. We're almost up 200% here. Say that again, Cody? My fault. It's crashing? Not yet. There's those quick moves. Let me tell you. They start breaking stuff. You got $50 already. You were just at $15. Look at that, everybody. You're about to hit 60. You could just sell it right now. You're already up over 200%. Everybody, you could just sell it right now. We still have the Weeble put for 640. Just in case this thing starts swinging down to a low. Like really quickly. Just like that. For those of you who are holding calls, again, just make sure you take some profit. Always put your stop loss, especially when you're profitable. So again, we made all our money back there. We still have the 645 just in case you run up there. What you thinking right now, Louis?
I'm thinking 643, and I'm on the home stretch. 643, I'm in there. Let's keep going. Yeah, let's see it run up to 644 here. Bring the time.
Let's do this. Look at this, everybody. Look at this.
Right.
Absolutely insane. You got $52 each. Remember, you were just at 15. Oh my goodness. We're up 300%. Ladies and gentlemen, 300%. That's a nice trade right there. We still have a put for the downside just in case you want to fall down. We only paid $4. And we bought a 640. So what we're looking for the 640 is honestly around $13 to $20. So for the 640 right now, everybody, just in case we don't have an opportunity to do it later, we're just going to move up the opportunity. Let me see. So we'll sell it for $30. We bought it for $4. We'll sell it for $30. That sounds about right to me. We'll just let that sit for now. And then let's continue to watch our other trade here. Again, you're at $60 now, everybody. $60, ladies and gentlemen. A smashing hit. A smashing play. Make sure you guys take some profit here. Especially if you got a couple of these contracts. For tomorrow, we're going to be looking for the same type of trend. Very slow, consolidating. With hopefully some type of move like this. This is a really good move so far. That end of the day move is... This is beautiful. This has the potential to, you know, run up to 645 here. I kid you not. You could be more explosive than yesterday. Oh yeah, make sure you just put a stop loss, Cody. Just in case. That's beautiful right there.
Actually, even higher right here. That's insane.
2 days in a row. That's beautiful. Literally yesterday, around 2:30 was the best time to buy. So today, that was the reason why we bought down here at 2:30. We just copied yesterday's trend. And yeah, this is phenomenal. You're already at $65 each. This $4 account is already at 2,000%. We were just only up 1,000%. Ladies and gentlemen, we're up 2,000% on an account that we had $4 with yesterday. I now have $60 right now. Tomorrow the goal is going to be to take this 60, see if we can dramatically grow it. Might as well, right? Since we, you know, grew it so fast already, we could just keep pinpointing these end of the day entries and try to see if we can keep blowing up this account. That's what I did with one of my accounts in 2022. I had only around 1,000. I was using around 100 every single day. I would literally sleep for the whole day, and I'll wake up at like 2 o'clock, and I'll literally buy like 10 contracts at like $8, and I would sell it for like 80 or 100. And it got to a situation where I remember one time I bought a contract for like 5. I sold it for like, I think it was around $80 each, if not 90, like 96, 97. And those things went to like $300 by the end of the day. And I was like, oh my God. Yeah, by the end of the day, yeah. And you know what's crazy is it was not even a crazy move like this. Like the way SPY used to move in 2021, it would not do all this like right here. It would be way more stuck, way more sideways. So that when you had that big move, it was only like $2, $3. It was like, it was everything. These contracts, so again, our count is now up 3,000% here, everybody. You're now up to $90. Again, $4 to 90 in just 2 days. Just 2 trades. Let's see if we can keep going.
Yeah, don't stop now.
Remember, put your stop losses though, just in case that's a crazy ass gain. You're up 600%. I love it. This is excellent. How's everybody enjoying their time here? You enjoying yourself? Look at this. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. It's still going. Yeah, because we bought those contracts at the low at 230, we got a way higher gain than yesterday. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow as well. Because tomorrow's going to be potentially consolidation as well. Towards the end of the day. But then again, if you're having green up on 2 days in a row, what I would think is tomorrow's probably going to be red at the end of the day. It's probably going to be like dramatic red. So you'll probably run up all day tomorrow, kill value as you run up. And you do that garbage uptrend where like you staircase up all day and kill value. So tomorrow in the morning, the first thing we're going to do is probably buy a contract that's really expensive. That's like really close. And then we'll probably just wait for the contracts to get really cheap. And it would just literally rinse and repeat like we did today. I hope this pays for everybody's bills here. Make sure you take out your money. Make sure you withdraw it. Again, after all these wins here, I gotta see some withdrawals by I'll give you till Friday. By Friday, I need to see some withdrawals, at least 100 to 200 per person, because I want to make sure you guys are actually, you know, just taking some of this profit. The one problem I had with my students before was they would grow their accounts to crazy levels, but they would just keep losing it. So in order to make sure that doesn't happen again, we got to make sure everybody's posting their withdrawals. You don't have to show me your bank account. You could block that out, but just show me that you're withdrawing. That's the only thing I care about. Because if you're withdrawing money, then that means you're making money. Just sell it. Oh, you have the 645s. You don't have the 642s. I thought you had the 642. We're in the stratosphere right now.
That's where I want to be, 642. But nobody.
What was your first trade? You said the first. Sorry, not you, Louis. I apologize for that. I should have said their name. Yeah, for whenever you lose capital, just make sure you document it all. Again, we're at $100 right now. These contracts are about to hit $120. So that's it. You're at the peak now. That's it. Put your stop losses. Make them very tight. You're already at our goal right now. So we're not going to play with the market here. Oh my God, you're still running up higher. Why is the contract value increasing still? Oh my God, is that 110? Oh my God. You went from $7 all the way to $100. Oh my God, I can't. Oh. This is so much crazier than 2021. What in the world is happening here? Like, I remember I used to wait days for this to occur towards the end of the day. It has to be because of... You know what it is? I know why. I know why. It's because of this right here. Every time you fall down and you have a certain low in the market, when you do run up, when it's the time to run up, how fast do you run up here? Look at this. See how fast this is? This is basically where I told everybody to buy calls. I was waiting for the market to get shut down like that, kind of like over how I did over here. And then as soon as it shuts down, it's just calls, 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 calls. That's what I'm basically making everybody do. And then again, look, you shut down right here, just like today. Calls, 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 calls. Flying right back. Oh, that was yesterday, my fault. But today too, right? We bought calls right there. And the futures, the future didn't even go nowhere. This is literally just consolidation, believe it or not. That means this price action is not actually choosing a trend here. So you could... That's insane. Oh my god. You haven't even done the move yet. The move could literally be straight to 648.
If there was a lot of people that played puts, they settled them at the end of the day. That's forcing the price up. That's what it is. People, they get rid of their zero DPE. And this is great. I like, can't get a pop. I should have said $3 right now, zero buy. This is the stretch I was telling you about. I just posted it in the chat, man. That's I would.
Let me take a look at this. Yeah, we still need some more price action here. We need you to at least run up to 644, and then the 645s will start to come into value. Listen, I hope if the 645s come into value here, again, everybody, I'm going to lose it. That might be the first time you hear me lose it. Because that is so far away. If that could still happen to make us profitable in every single trade with 0 losses, a perfect day, A++++ score. Because right now we're sitting at a B score right now because we took a loss. So unfortunately, when you take a loss, you can never be an A. That's just not how it works. Now, if we took a win and it wasn't that good, then all right, you can classify that as like an A-. But right now, we had to be able to have every single day be an A. So we're going to start giving our almost like a quote-unquote food review, a certain score of the day. And every single day, we're going to score ourselves. That's how we're going to do things from here on out. So right now, again, we're sitting at a B plus, let's just say. For now, a B plus. Just because we made back the money for that option. If we didn't, we would be at a B minus. So it's crazy. Just because of one loss, you drop down 4 levels. And that's how you had to quantify it. That's at least how I do it in my books. So, in terms of how I'm going to have you guys do it, I think I'm just going to make you do it the same way. Truly. I don't think there's nothing we should change or could change. And then what we're going to do here is in October, my plan is if we can have at least 50 students in the Discord by October, or by the end of September, let's just say, because we still have the whole month of September. My goal was to hit 100 students by the end of August, but I was honestly just lying to myself. I wasn't actually pushing the Discord. I was only marketing it on certain days. And Moomoo really did help grow it. Like, think about it. I would have never met you guys if I never posted those links on Moomoo. And that boggles my mind because it feels like I just met you guys, but at the same time, it feels like we're family already. Look at this. Oh my god, look at this. Oh my god, it keeps climbing. It's at 130 each. It was just at 15. Holy. We're up 1,000%, everybody. Ah. We did it. We hit our goal.
Yo.
Make sure you guys... Yeah, for our contracts, for the 645s, yeah, there's no buyers still. They're at 160. Oh my god, they're at 160. Holy shit. This $4 account is at $160 within 2 days. I think that's the quickest I've ever grown it. That might be the quickest. It doesn't count though because we're kind of using a cheat code because we're using the flow. So it's kind of not. Yeah, 1,000%. Everybody, we're up 1,000%. Oh my goodness.
This is crazy. I can't even sell this shit. I'm down like, God damn. I guess my only chance is to go in the money, huh?
I'm gonna lose it, bro. I'm gonna lose it. This shit's at 180.
Can't sell this shit.
Now for the 645s, again, you're not gonna be able to sell it. You still need the market to run up higher. It's not gonna come into profit till you hit about 644.50. Once you hit 644.50, those are gonna literally just start shooting up into the atmosphere. So let's just say we could run up another $2. I hope. Listen, it's right there. I think it could do it. I think it could run up because think about it. It's just $1.20. $1.20 gives you right, leads us right back to that point. We still have 13 minutes. Let's see if the gods of this market will allow us to go forward. Let's see if we have been blessed, everybody. If we've been blessed, if we deserve it, we're going to get it. If we don't deserve it, we're not going to get it. That's what the universe was basically saying. And no, exactly. Much love to everybody. In terms of what I was talking about earlier, I apologize if it sounded way too blunt and way too, angry. I'm not angry at a person. I don't, truly feel that way. I don't hold grudges. Whatever people did at the end of the day. They're going to get their own karma. That's none of my business. But, yeah, just always have love for every single person. Never attack a person. Because, I swear, they had a week or 2 weeks of their whole community, 20,000 people attacking me nonstop every single day. And I don't know if you guys understand what that means and what that feels like to have every person that you look at or every person that you see in the comments of YouTube or Mumu or any of these other apps against you. That was not fun, I'll be honest with y'all. Besides that, everything else is okay. It happens. It was a lesson learned.
This shit hit way different, man. I ain't gonna lie. To have your shit in the profit and you can't sell it, I don't even want to hear nobody talk about how liquid SPY is.
It's the 0 days. The 0 days. They fuck everything up,
Look, 100%. The contract was worth $20 a piece. These cats, there's still 5,000 people trying to sell it for $1 and nobody's buying it. That's crazy, man.
That's how they control the valuation at the end of the day. Is just so sharp. It's not even control, I would say. They don't control the valuation. It's more so the curve of data. The way data works, the way it destroys a contract's value towards the end of the day is, it's very prevalent. If you don't get to the money, if you're not somewhere near that range or near that area, you're just not going to get no money. Did anybody else get 1,000% here?
Yeah, I'm at 900 right now.
Cody, it would be absolutely amazing if you could send me a screenshot of that. Whenever you get a chance. You don't have to force it. You don't have to rush it. You could pay attention to your trades. Do what you got to do. But whenever you get a chance, I would absolutely appreciate it. Because we're going to start using your trades and everybody else's trades in here to start establishing your names. Because I want you guys to establish your name. My name will get established when the time comes. Trust me, I know. I don't need to force that. What I really want here is you guys to establish your name. If you want to establish your name in the community and the world that we're trying to build. Not the world, let me not say that. I guess that just sounds crazy. But, we're trying to actually change a lot of things. A lot of fundamentals for our generations to come after. I want your kids to be, absolutely, financially free. I don't want nobody's kids to work. I want everybody here to be free. I want everybody here to be able to go on vacations with their children. And if you didn't manage to do that, I hope at least now I give you the opportunity to do it now. While they're a little bit younger, while you still can. Because life is very, very, very short. You got to enjoy it. You got to enjoy every single day. You got to be grateful. And I'm very grateful. Like I said, every single day I pray. Every single day I thank every single thing that I can. Because I have you guys. It makes me feel unstoppable. Truly. It makes me feel like a meteor that's just flying through space and nothing can stop me. If there's a planet in front of me, I'm going right through it. You best believe. So I appreciate you guys. I really, really do. Every single day. And I'll still continuously say that till the day I die. Because I can't thank you enough. You are the sole reason as to why I've become such a great trader. You guys. Not me. It was you guys. It was not me. It was not me. I could care less about myself at the time. I didn't want to do jack shit. I was lazy. It was you guys. You guys caused me to mature. You guys caused me to actually grow up a little bit. And look at where it led us. Look at this. Look how beautiful this is. And this is only the start. This is only the beginning. As I say, and as I always will continue to say, it's always the beginning. It's always the start of something much greater. So take your notes, please. Make sure you enjoy your day. You guys have been here for such a long time today, so make sure you enjoy your day. Again, I really appreciate you guys. I really, really, really do. If you had any trades and you would like to post it to build the community, because point blank, I'm going to let you know. My intention here is I want to be able to help you guys to such a crazy level that you guys are so energetic and so loud with the trades and how we're doing here that it allows other people to join. I don't want to have to pay marketers, and I don't want to have to pay people for that. Unless we have somebody in the Discord that's a marketer, then I have no problem with giving them money for that. So if you guys know any person that can market that also likes to trade stocks, let me know. I want to find them. I'll pay them. I'll get them a good amount worth their time. And then we can potentially grow this community into something that was, that's just unstoppable. Because we're going to have different sections of the community. Like, for example, when the first 100 people of the community hit the line, when that's the case, whenever we have 100 students, those 100 students are going to be at a whole different tier compared to everybody else that comes after. Because I don't want the chat rooms and the voice chat to get filled. So we're going to have a weird little situation where I think at most, what do I think I'm capable of teaching in terms of a Discord? Honestly, it depends. It depends on how we move forward. Let's just say we're hiring teachers, because think about it. None of these other Discords, you want to know the one reason why I do not like these other Discords and why I do not like these other people? It's not because of how they treated me. It's not because of what they did to me. I could care less about that. Like I said, I barely even care about myself. This year I've been trying to learn how to do that, and I have been learning how to do that, and I have been taking care of myself, so I guess I can't say that no more. But the one reason why I do not like these other YouTubers and these other Discords is because they make so much capital, but yet they don't hire a single teacher to help them. If they had 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 extra people, they would level the community. They would change so many lives, so many people that are suffering, so many people that are barely meeting ends meet. And it's just like they wouldn't need to suffer because they're looking for somebody. There's a lot of people looking for somebody. And yeah, it doesn't need to be me. I don't need to be the one person that helps everybody. As long as you guys are, somebody that helps them, I'm happy with that. I take that as my accomplishment. Because like I told you all before, in order for me to see something that's greater in this world, I must let you stand on my shoulders to see a higher view, a view that I will never see. And that I'm comfortable with not seeing. That's the way we work here. As I'm sure you're going to start doing the same thing, because if I did that to you, you're going to do that to the next generation. That's how we're going to keep this consistent cycle of growth and evolution. That's all it is. It's just me replicating what is necessary to make this unstoppable, to make this never die, because it can't die with just me. This situation, this environment, this group, this community must not die with me whenever that time comes. It must, grow infinitely. That's what I really want. Truly. And every single person that's in this Discord, I want your name written in the history books. I don't want your name just to be another name that just passed by. Again, that's not how I roll. Every single person here must be an integral part of what we do. In terms of the future. If, of course, you choose to stay around, right? But yes, every single one of you are very integral. You are the sole reason as to why we're going to achieve greatness. It's not just me. I'm just a person who's, just here. Eventually, there's going to be another person in my place. And yeah, when that time comes, I hope I made a good decision in terms of who that person should be. And yeah, That's how I want this to take place. That's how I want this to occur. That's what makes me really happy. That makes me smile, you know? Like it makes me really smile. So I can't wait. I want every single one of you to try every single day nonstop. Once I feel like there is somebody who's worthy enough to actually take my position, even if it's not the time where I'm about to pass or something's about to happen, I might just give that person my position. So if you guys show me that you're worthy enough to take this position, I'll give you all the money. Whatever I make from Patreon, I'll literally contact my lawyers. I'll have them, do all the paperwork, and I'll switch everything to you. Because like I said, my intention here is not to make money off of people who are trying to actually better themselves. My intention here is to allow everybody here to grow, and that's it. That's all I care about in this world. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that matters. Money does not matter. It does not matter. Because no matter how much money I ever had when I was alone, you know what made me feel worse? Is having more money. Make me feel more alone. That's all it did. As they say, it's lonely at the top, right? So, now guess what? You think it's going to be lonely at the top for us? Nope. We're going to have a whole village at the top with us. And that's what's going to stun the world. So I can't wait. Mansa, absolutely excellent. Look at those trades right there. I'm happy you guys had those trades. Look at that right there. Make sure you guys post it in the correct chat, right? Because we have a correct chat to post all your trades. And then once you do that, if you want, and again, if you want to grow the community, because I'm going to be straight up, like I said, to help me grow the community, what you need to do is you need to post on Moomoo, Twitter, and on Discord. If you could do that, that's it. That's all I need from every single one of you. Again, if you're trying to help, because I know I'm asking for a lot. I know I don't need to be asking like this. I don't need to be asking at all. But I do need everybody's help here. And yeah, let me know if you tell somebody to join and they join. I'll give you an opportunity to have a discount. I'll give you an opportunity to get money back. Not because I'm trying to make you, ask people, but because it's only right. It only makes sense. So just recognize that's exactly how we're trying to roll here. In terms of paying for the Discord, make sure you only ever join when you have extra profit. That's the only time I see it as acceptable. Truly. There's no reason to join when you just found me out of nowhere or this is the first day. No. You have to wait at least a week or a month. Take your time. Don't rush it. When the time is right, you'll know it's right. I want everything to be true and right. I want it to be stoic and righteous. And that's exactly how I want my life to kind of play out here. Not kind of play out, but play out in general. And I think everybody here deserves that. Every single one of you, especially those of you who are men. Because we do have some females around here, but not too many. Honestly, and that's my fault. I kind of scared them away a little bit. Just because of the amount of work that a person has to do is just, it's a lot. It's a lot. I scared away most of them. And we still have a few. And let me tell ya, there's some hard-hitting players here. They're literally one of the best. So, whatever type of community, whatever type of people join, whoever, I don't care who joins. I want everybody to feel comfortable. I want everybody to feel like this is their home. Because sometimes you can have a home and not even feel like it's home. So, we got to make sure that this is a place where everybody can actually, repeatedly grow, repeatedly feel like they're somebody, repeatedly feel like they're actually seen. And that's all. That's all I want. I just want people to actually feel like they have the ability to ask for help. They have the ability to ask for somebody to hold their hand and guide them through something. That's all I want. Because guess what? Every single one of us has had a situation where nobody has guided us and we needed help and we really wanted it. And we didn't get it. And we were praying. And eventually it happened, but many nights of praying, nothing happened. Nothing occurred. Nothing changed. And that was the hardest thing.
You're giving us the okay to promote the channel and the page now. Remember last week you told us don't do that. You was like, you don't want to overwhelm the Discord or the
Correct.
YouTube streamers. You want to give everybody. Now you ready just to put it out there and just market it to people.
Correct. Why do you think so, Louis?
All right, then. Well, I don't know.
Do you see how fast you learned? Look at your own growth, Louis. It's astronomical. It's even blowing my brain. Your growth, Danny's growth, the way you're posting your notes.
You told me that. You told me shit challenges. So that means shit. Stop following your trades and find my own.
Exactly, Louis. That's exactly what I want you to do, because within the next week to 2 weeks, I don't want you to need me. Whatever you get from me is just extra. And so be it. If you need to unsubscribe because you had to pay for something else, so be it. Just let me know ahead of time. Communication is key here. There were some people who would just unsubscribe and they wouldn't tell me why, and I don't have a problem with people unsubscribing, but when you do, just let me know ahead of time. Let me know what the reason is. You don't have to tell me your whole entire life story, but again, just tell me what the reason is. Make it simple, make it frank, make it blunt, make it honest. And that's it. I'll respect it. I'll understand it. But yeah.
I mean, so you mean they unsubscribed and just stopped fucking with you? They ain't go to your YouTube channel or anything?
No, they're definitely still watching me, but I don't care to check. I don't care to pay mind to them no more, because it's just like they're just people who take advantage. There's a lot of people like that, but yeah, that's why, you know, most of my YouTube comments I only get comments from a certain couple of people, and those same couple of people are still on my channel right now. So I appreciate them. I really appreciate them. But everybody else, they just in the background. And I don't blame them, because I'll be one of those people too. There's in the background, there's doing a bunch of other stuff. They can't type all the time. They can't comment. Again, I'm not blaming a single soul. But what I am saying is, what just canceled? What just popped up on my screen? Give me 1 second.
The market closed, man. Whatever. Everything got canceled. You know, 315. They shut
What?
down.
What the hell just happened? Those options are at $200 each. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so we sold out of everything. That was the craziest gain I think we've ever gotten. Maybe not literally. I had to check again. Cody, how do you like your first day being on the Discord? Let me hear it, loud and clear.
That was pretty nuts.
Pretty nuts, right? The one thing I do have to ask, Cody, not to pry into your business, but did you at least make back the money that you spent for the Discord today on that trade?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah? That's all I need to hear.
Wait till Cody. I would imagine Cody bought at least 5 contracts at a $15.
I think he said he bought 10 of them.
Yeah,
that's Cody. He go hard in the paint, man. He don't fuck around. He throw his balls on the table.
I'm happy to have you here, Cody, by the way, because like when I saw you posting in the community, I was just like, I'm not gonna lie, I would love to have him in the community. He looks like he's just smashing out the park already, and if I could help in any way, oh my goodness. Oh my god, you know?
About to send you a picture, Silo.
Hell yeah, bro.
Where do you want me to post this? I just opened this account last week. It's already doubled.
So, in terms of the Discord, what you could do is you could post it if you're watching my screen, right? So you scroll down a little bit, and then you'll see the challenge section.
Okay.
So we got the $1 million challenge, which of course I want you to join. I want everybody here to join. I want everybody here to create their account. I'll show you how I want you to take notes. We'll actually do that right now. I'll show you all how much taxes you're going to have to pay once you hit $1 million. For every single state, I have some links. I have some information just in case you all need it. But yes, you would just post it right here. If you get 1,000%, you already know I want that right here. Right in the 1,000% category, because I want to highlight these. The last time someone posted here was BG. And let me tell ya, I don't understand it. I can't even explain it to you. BG is... he's so random. He's one of my best traders by far, but he's so random. He'd be like popping in out of nowhere and then getting 1,000% the first time he comes back. So I love when BG be posting. Danny, of course, you guys already know Danny. Meech, you guys already know Meech. Look at this right here, 2,000%. So I want you guys to post it here because I want to blow this up. Just like we will here, we will post this today, the 1,050%. The next thing I want to post is what else? What else can we post? I think that's it. We did take a $2 loss, so we're going to have to post that. Actually, wait a second. Yeah, we did take a $4 loss, so we're going to have to post that. So we took a $4 loss, and we took an $8 loss. That's it. Everything else is profit. And obviously,
Took a
we made
$10
more
loss
money,
off
of course.
the same contract.
Say that again, Louis.
$10
Sorry about that.
loss. Took a $10 loss on the 645, but it was worth it. It was worth a shot. I learned something today though. That shit hit way different. When you got a contract that you actually profiting off of and you can't sell it, just I answered my own question a couple of days ago.
Right.
Remember I had asked you, I was like, what if there ain't nobody in the buy? I was saying that with the food too. I was like, with Moo Moo, I'm like, what if ain't nobody in the buy category with that option that y'all had?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I imagine when you get closer, they'll pop up.
Yeah.
With, you know,
I still want to understand who the fuck is buying these options and how the fuck are they buying these options? Because
I asked you that,
yeah, like how there's no way I don't know how the fuck they're buying these options. I honestly don't know. Let me ask ChatGPT. That's all I asked it actually. Let's go to chat. Actually, do I have the account here or do I have it on another browser? Give me 1 second. ChatGPT. There has to be a reason for that. There has to be some application. I don't care if it's an offshore account. I'll make everybody here create an offshore account, which, by the way, we're going to be doing soon. Everybody here, you must have an offshore account. I want you to have money everywhere. I want you to have money in so many nooks and crannies of the world that nobody could touch you. Nobody could do harm upon you. That's what I really want.
So, you know what you should do?
What's up?
You might already have it in there. I just say look into it. You have, I know culinary notes. You know what I mean? But there's a way we wouldn't have to pay the taxes on that meal. You know what I mean? Like we can put that tax money into a business, into some type of organization where it just becomes deductible. Right. So I mean, we trying to.
I mean, honestly, what I'm trying to create here is a nonprofit. So if I can have you guys invest into the nonprofit, I mean, yeah.
Why not?
I'll don't worry. I'll work it out. You guys know how I roll.
Yeah, I gotta get an LLC before the end. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah, so you should create it now. You should create it now and shelf it now. That's the most important thing is creating an LLC and shelving it. So before you buy a real estate, before you buy a house, always create the LLC beforehand and just have it sitting. You're going to have to pay for some stuff. You might have to pay for the registered tax agent, but that's only $100 a year. What I really want you guys to do is once you hit around 20K, 50K, you must have an LLC. If you don't have an LLC by the time you hit 20K or 50K, again, you're going to be forced to do it or else you're not going to be able to trade. That's just how I'm going to roll here. So I want every single person to create an LLC. If you could do it right now, do it right now. It only costs around $200. So if you have the capital, if it's the only capital you have, of course, don't do it, right? But if you have some extra capital, extra $200 laying around, instead of you paying for my Discord, instead of you actually paying for something else, pay for the LLC. Help yourself first. That's the way that the world should work. Once you help yourself and you have everything laid out, you have your LLC laid out, because I can show you guys how to get the phone numbers for your LLC. I can show you how to set up websites. I've already done all that. I used to set up Shopify websites. I used to sell products. I used to market my own products. So there's a lot of stuff we could do here. There's a lot of stuff I could teach you guys. And eventually, I already know what's going to happen. There's going to be one person that just starts selling products instead of trading, and they just become a multimillionaire just because of products. That's definitely going to be the situation here. So, yeah, that's my goal. We're going to create the Shopify Discord next, where we're just going to be selling Shopify products. Exactly, yeah. So we're going to put that under a LLC right away, instantly, because you're going to be instantly making money. With the Discord, with the actual business trading account, you're not going to really make money until you hit 50,000 because... Sorry, excuse me. Wait, give me 1 second. I was like, what the fuck is that sound? It sounds like there's like a fucking wood chipper or something outside. Just nibbling on the door or something. I thought that was the bunny. I'm about to say she better not be there. She's gonna get attacked by a damn eagle. That's the one reason why I don't bring my bunny to the park. Got me messed up. I'm not letting the eagle take her. I don't know why people be saying that. But anyways, back to what I was talking to. I have no idea what I was talking to about what I was talking about, by the way. What was I talking about? I forgot. I apologize, everybody. My mind just it's instantly switched up. All right, everybody. So we're up 3,000%. It's kind of like whatever at this point. It's crazy. I felt nice about it before, but it's kind of like whatever now. We got to do better tomorrow. Let's see if we can get 2,000% tomorrow. I'm going to keep forcing that envelope until we reach a level where it's just like, all right, the most normal gains that you're going to get towards the end of the day is going to just, you know, just going to be like 500%, 1,000%, 200%. 150%. So that's what we're trying to do right now. We're literally, as a group, we're learning how to trade the end of the day. And it's very exciting. I hope you all understand that. We're literally learning how to trade the end of the day together. Yes, I've traded the end of the day, and I know how to trade it from before with my prior experiences. I'm not going to lie to you and say this is the first time. But we're learning it to a degree that I've never known it before. And what I want to do is I want to get this down to the science so that imagine a person has a $10 account and they take that shit to like $1 million by, you know, in 5 days. How would you do it? It would probably have to be when the, you know, the trends are actually at a consolidation period, when they're actually falling from the high, when they're actually near the high, 640 specifically, cough, cough, right? And then when they're at 670, that's the next major area. As you can all see on my screen here. Look at this. The levels that I highlighted last year are the levels that is working now. Do you guys know how absurd that is? That's why I had to pause there for a second. Do you know how absurd that is for levels that you created last year to be working now? Areas where you told yourself you were going to play puts at a whole year ago. You're playing the puts now, and you don't need to do a single ounce of work. That's the idea here, you see? That has to be the idea. That's robotically trading. That's the new generation of traders. Is humans that are able to robotically trade better than computers. That's what I want you guys to understand, is that we're going to upheave this whole entire system just because the human mind is capable of doing so. It's just nobody really wanted to do so. That's why I don't blame them. Nobody had a team and a group behind them just like the way we do. I'm telling you guys, what we have here is something that's so important and so amazing. It's already out of this world, and it's still so tiny. Just give it a couple more months. Give it a couple more years. This is going to be the fundamental root cause of the stock market changing. This group right here. So, yeah, just make sure you guys are ready. Make sure if you guys want to do Shopify websites, remember, the holiday season is coming up. Now is the time for us to start running these Shopify websites so we can start making some money for the holiday season. We're going to start doing some ads. I'll show you how to edit your videos. I'll show you how to edit the ads. I'll show you how to edit the thumbnails. I'll show you how to edit the actual production of it. I'll show you how to record. I'll even fly to you to record if you really need me to record for you, because I have a really nice camera. So if you guys need me, just let me know. I wouldn't mind taking a little trip just to help you guys out. So, yeah. This is what is meant to be great. This is what is meant to be, you know, something that's untouchable in terms of that growth aspect. And I believe that's what we're doing here every single day. All right, everybody. Make sure you post your 1,000% here whenever you get a chance. Make sure you post your other trades here. Of course, whenever you get a chance, look at all these trades, everybody. Vikash has been on one. I don't know what Vikash is doing in his own little section. But Vikash is absolutely destroying the SPY trades. And the SPX. Look at this. 134%. We got Monse here. Bought it for 39. Look at that. Sold it for 97. Absolutely excellent. Got another one for 24. Look at that. Just like that. And I know this says watch list position, but guess what, everybody? If it's in your watch list, even if it's a paper trade, you know what I'm going to tell you? Phenomenal job. You think I'm gonna say, oh, you're paper trading. You don't know what you're doing. If you were trading with real money, you wouldn't have got... That's what these people say. These negative people. We don't talk like that here. If you have a paper trade and it goes profitable, I don't care what anybody says. In my eyes, that's greatness. That shows me that you know what you're doing. And if you can keep doing that right there, that's more greatness. So paper trade every single day. Make sure you guys fill up this category. If you guys take a look at some of my paper trades, we're up 249,000 here. Over here, we're up 50,000 here. Over here, we're up 180,000 here. So everything's profitable. All the paper trades. Just like that. We're trading China stocks, we're trading crypto, and we're trading regular stocks. All three different types of markets. And that's what makes it so much fun. Is that's how we learn so much, is you got to trade as much as possible. That's the only way for you to become better. Trade as much as humanly possible. But of course, don't overtrade. But overtrading is when you don't take notes and you don't do all that stuff. I might have somebody I need to speak to here shortly. Just give me a second. I just gave them a message. Cody, I appreciate you joining up on the Discord today. I know you have a good safety net. I'm happy today paid for every single thing. I can't wait for tomorrow. I really can't wait. So take your time. Make sure tomorrow you go even lighter than today. Make sure you maintain that capital. And keep going, bro. Tonight we're going to speak whenever you have time. So just text me, give me a call. And we'll go from there. Let's do it, Cody. Dr. Prime, let me see what's going on with your account. Dr. Prime is up to $700. His goal is supposed to be $800 by the end of the week. He started with $300. He's already at $700. Again, the goal is going to be $1,000 by the end of the week. It looks like he's going to crush that. Yeah, give me a call whenever you get a chance, Prime. We'll talk over the trades. We'll talk over the ideas. And we'll go from there. All right, everybody, we're going to end the live now. It is 4:30. Thank every single one of you for showing up. I really appreciate you guys, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, all right? We'll also probably be back on later tonight, but no promises. If anything, tomorrow. But yeah, you'll see the